Good morning, and welcome to the ED&I conference, sponsored by the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce. This is the second such event that we have hosted in Romania, and it is only the third in Central Eastern European region. As a leading NGO that promotes equity, diversity, and inclusion in the workplace and society, we're delighted to welcome you here today as we explore the latest trends, challenges, and opportunities in creating a more inclusive and respectful culture for everyone. Firstly, we'd like to thank our generous sponsors who have made this event possible. Our platinum sponsor, Kaufland, our silver sponsor, CTP, Denton's, and My EcoBox, our sponsors in kind, WeMaster and Catlea, and finally, our media partners, Business Review and GovNet. Of course, we would also like to thank our supporters for this conference, the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce, the Embassy of Germany, Embassy of Italy, Embassy of Sweden, the Belgian, Luxembourg, Romanian, Moldovan Chamber of Commerce, the Romania-Portugal Bilateral Chamber of Commerce, Netherlands Romanian Chamber of Commerce, Professional Women's Network Romania, She Is Mom, Social Innovation Solutions, and Talent Center. We hope you find this conference educational and enjoyable, and that you make many valuable connections. Note that we'll be hosting a networking lunch immediately after the closing remarks. So I'd like to firstly introduce Ambassador of Sweden, Teresa Hayden. She started her position as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Sweden to Romania in September 2019. Prior to this, she was Consul General of Sweden in Istanbul from 2016 to 19. She's been working with the Swedish Ministry of Foreign Affairs since 1997. She's worked at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Stockholm as Director and Deputy Head for Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and as Head of Section for International Law. She's held several positions abroad, including at the Swedish Delegation to the Council of Europe and the Swedish Permanent Representation to the UN. We're very happy to have her here today, especially since Sweden has the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union. Ambassador?
Thank you, Perry. Thank you so much for that too long introduction of myself. But I am very pleased to be here with you this morning. And I want to thank the organizers and congratulate the organizers on this second Eastern Europe let me see the proper title. I mean, you call it Eastern Europe, ED&I Eastern Europe Conference. And I would be so bold to say that 2 times makes a habit. So I hope that we will all be seeing each other next year as well. Because we do need habits when it comes to talking about equality, diversity, and inclusion, for the simple reason that it does not happen by itself, not here in Romania, nor anywhere else in Europe. And ED&I stems from democratic values and respecting human rights. And that's why I'm particularly pleased that Sweden, who currently has the presidency of the Council of the European Union, has chosen respect for human rights and democratic values as one of our main priorities during the 6 months. And this is something that Sweden chose, but in fact all EU countries, all EU institutions must continue to stand up for human rights and respect for democratic and individual freedoms and non-discrimination, because it is part of the established goals of the EU, equal treatment and fundamental rights. This cannot be emphasized enough in all contexts and at all times. And what we've done so far as the Swedish presidency is we've hosted a number of high-level conferences, mainly in Stockholm, but also in other places, on topics relating to ED&I. And some of them have been a conference on institutional protection of fundamental rights in times of crisis. We've had several conferences on gender equality, one on economic empowerment for women and men's violence against women, and lately a conference on LGBTIQ people's equal rights. And one aim of this last conference that I mentioned was to highlight what has been done in the first half of the EU strategy for the rights of LGBTIQ people. This is a strategy that runs from 2020 to 2025. And the conference touched upon 4 different themes: harmful practices affecting LGBTIQ people, LGBTIQ equality in working life, national action plans and strategies for LGBTIQ equality, and LGBTIQ youth and education. And I think perhaps the most important thing of this conference was to see where there was room for improvement of making this strategy more effective by 2025. What I also want to do this morning is to raise 2 of the issues that I believe stand in the way of ED&I, which is discrimination on the one hand and fear on the other hand. And one way to combat discrimination is to pursue it. And you may have heard the word ombudsman. It's actually an export product from Sweden. It's a word, but it's also an institution that many have, including here in Romania, of course. And the Swedish Equality Ombudsman works to combat discrimination on grounds of sex, transgender identity or expression, ethnic origin, religion or other belief, disability, sexual orientation or age. And this institution examines complaints concerning discrimination and harassment, and they also look at ways to prevent discrimination with employers, in institutions of higher education and in schools. And they look at 6 different forms of discrimination. So it's both direct and indirect discrimination, inadequate accessibility, harassment, sexual harassment, and instructions to discriminate. And this protection against discrimination applies in most places of society, in schools, in the workplace. And for instance, if you buy something in a store, if you look for accommodation, if you go to the doctor, this protection against discrimination applies. And the other aspect I mentioned was fear. And here I'd like to mention a very interesting study that I stumbled upon recently, which was called the father-daughter example. It's a study that's been made with thousands of men participating, men that run a private business. And it turns out that those men who were also fathers of daughters turned out to become more gender equal after a while. They became more aware of gender equality. They became more aware of discrimination affecting their daughters at some point. And they became more diverse in hiring staff and who could be a part of the leadership of their companies. So I think this goes to show the power of the individual example. But before that, you will also hear today speak about the business imperative for inclusion. I think this should be particularly interesting in a country like Romania, because the overall labor participation in Romania is quite low. It's about 50%. It's above 50%, but not much more looking at the overall labor participation. Looking at only female labor participation, I think the numbers is only somewhat above 40%. So the labor market is screaming for people. And here, diversity, inclusion should help. So what should we do before we have had perhaps that individual experience, before we've fought discrimination and fear? Well, my last thing is I'd like to mention the really great example of the certification program that RDCC is starting. I think that is an excellent way to highlight the good things that are already happening today. So I wish you a fantastic conference today, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Ambassador Hayden. So our second speaker, we're very lucky to have with us today Ambassador Dr. Per Gerbauer from the Republic of Germany, Federal Republic of Germany. He has a background in law, so we have another lawyer after Ambassador Hayden and myself. Ambassador Gerbauer studied law at the University of Tübingen and 23 years of diplomatic career serving at German embassies in Tel Aviv as the consul, in Tokyo as first secretary, and Bangkok as deputy head of mission. He joined the Federal Chancery as Senior Director for Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Latin America in 2017, and later, in 2019, became Deputy Foreign Policy Advisor to the Federal Chancellor, focusing on global issues, Sub-Saharan Africa, development policy, and migration. Ambassador Gerbauer?
Thank you so much, Perry, dear Therese, dear Marco, dear Mark, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Great pleasure to be here. Thank you for the kind introduction. Much too much glamour, but one element I should add after Therese said fathers of daughters, more likely to promote the cause. Yes, I have a daughter myself, so I might justify myself standing here, son and a daughter. Now, once again, thank you so much for organizing and for attending today's conference on equity, on diversity, on inclusion. I think a very, very important issue. Promoting these values is a key priority for the federal German government. It's a key priority for us at the German embassy here in Bucharest and for me personally. The reason for that is obvious. Why? Because societies that focus on the promotion of these values are basically more successful. And I know when we talk about inclusion of people with disabilities, of people with special needs, there's often the notion of we are doing something good for them. We don't need them, they need us. And that's why we are being nice and include them, and it's more a show, it's an act of mercy. I think nothing could be further away from the truth. It's not that they need us, we need one another. It's not an act of mercy, it's an act of self-interest to include everybody in your company, in your society, in your nation. And the reason for that is very simple, and I can show it to you by telling you, look around, the world is full of various countries, of various societies, of various structures, and some countries, some societies are more open, more diverse, more inclusive, and others are not. And if you're choosing a travel destination, I'm quite sure anybody of you would not want to travel to a country which is very restrictive, which is not promoting equal rights or not being open to inclusion and promoting equity. If you were to choose to live in a country, again, the same result would come at play. You would automatically opt for those countries that are inclusive, that are open, that are promoting also LGBTIQ rights and all the other values that we are here to promote and to talk about today. But also if you look at economic and political success, it's again those countries promoting these values that are more successful. So I think we should all, and we all agree in this room, I'm quite sure, know that it's again not an act of mercy to be inclusive, it's an act of self-interest. We are promoting all our interests to include everybody. What I said about nations, about societies, about political systems echoes the business environment. No need for me to tell you, you know it much better. The leading companies on this planet, the champions in the various fields, always those that promote the causes, that reach out, that are inclusive, that are putting an emphasis on diversity, that are making sure that equal rights are met. And I'm very honored and pleased to see many of you representing these companies here. As the German ambassador, of course, gives me great pride that the main sponsor of today's event, Kaufland, represented here by CEO Markus Hössl, is here, and that Kaufland Romania is indeed a true champion for these causes as well. I know you will speak about the various activities you're doing. I just learned, and let me just give you a bit of a head start here. I learned a lot of things about your activities prior to this event. You have an access program promoting hiring people with disability and special needs. I think there are more than 240 people that are already hired and more to come. You have set up a cooperation with a startup called Lumen, which is sort of focusing on promoting and developing solutions for people with visibility disabilities. You have been a partner of RDCC from the very beginning, I think for many years, and now being the main sponsors. Again, you will give us more insight on that, but let me just take this opportunity to congratulate you, maybe being a sort of a shining example, and congratulating all the others in the room at the same time for pushing this cause so strongly. Proud to have you, so to speak, as a German company here in Romania. And with this having said, I wish you all a wonderful and informative event. Again, thanks so much for joining and for inviting me to be here. Great pleasure and honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Gebauer. Our third speaker is the CEO of Kaufland, Marko Hössl. Marko was appointed CEO of Kaufland Romania in 2015, and he has a vision that promotes sustainability as an integrated part of the business. And I think it's something that has always impressed me about Kaufland. They certainly don't view equity, diversity, and inclusion as something they have to do simply because their stakeholders require it. They believe it's good for business. It's part of their business, and it's something they make sure permeates every aspect of their business. And Marko will tell us more about that. And then we have Estera Angelescu on one of our panels as well, who is now our vice president of the RDCC, who will also tell a little bit about what they're doing in the space. But so Marko has been a follower of CSR projects for many years. This is an approach that has won Kaufland for 5 years in a row the Most Sustainable Company in Romania award. And they have also been the only company to date certified as zero waste, which is an amazing achievement. During Marko's tenure, Kaufland Romania became the first local retail company with revenues over 2 billion euro, and also one of the strongest companies in Southeast Europe. Marko?
Thank you very much.
Oh, you don't need this.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, hello everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Today, I'm happy to share our diversity initiatives at Kaufland and also some of my personal experiences. At Kaufland, we focus on what brings us together. We accept diversity in all its forms, no matter the social background, culture, gender, age, disability, religion, or sexual orientation. We value each and every person in our team. Oui. I made a diet. We value skills and dedication. We value input and creativity. We value our people no matter our differences. We believe in a world where everyone should have access to professional development opportunities. In Romania, there are over 850,000 people with disabilities. The employment quote of people with work-related disabilities is much lower than the European Union average, under 50%. 55% of all people suffering from one form of disability are aged between 18 to 64 years old, but only 70% of them have a job. It's up to us to change that. What did we at Kaufland do? We gave access to normality, being part of a team, and financial independence. Embracing diversity is a continuous journey, and words are not enough to make a difference. We adapted our workspaces to increase the inclusion capacity of people with disabilities. We adapted the work schedules according to the skills and needs. We are responsible for the education of our team, customers, and society. And last but not least, we are proud to be transparent about our salary levels. All employees, no matter the background, have the same salary levels accordingly to their roles and seniority. Our journey with access so far includes 700 open jobs, 60 new candidates per month on average, over 1,500 job interviews held, over 500 job offers. We implemented shopping carts for customers in wheelchairs. And at the moment, more than 450 people with disabilities are part of our team. What's next? We want to strengthen all partnerships, extend the program globally in Kaufland, offer further 500 jobs for people with disabilities. Our initiatives within this program will continue to promote our mission of promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion at all levels. We are always happy to support projects with social impact. We want to be there for other organizations who believe in the same causes. The World Team Cup, Atypic Beauty Gala, Paralympic Sports Day are just a few projects where we show our solidarity. We are proud of our colleagues' success stories. They are truly motivating, and I'm happy to be surrounded by such an inspiring team. Let me introduce you to some of them.
M-am născut cu o dizabilitate care se numește sindrom TAR.
Este vorba despre cifoză, o dizabilitate a zonei posterioare.
Am o deficiență de auz.
Mă deplasez într-un scaun rulant.
Am o deficiență accentuată de auz.
Dizabilitatea de care sufăr se numește elifantiazis.
Am ajuns să fiu total nevăzător.
Kaufland se mândrește cu titlul de angajator de top în România, acordat de Top Employers Institute din Olanda. Începând cu anul 2019, am demarat programul Acces, angajare de candidați cu cerințe și evoluții speciale. Astfel, deschidem larg ușa persoanelor cu dizabilități la diverse posturi în toate departamentele din cadrul companiei și în toate punctele noastre de lucru din țară. Vorbim despre persoane cu orice fel de dizabilitate, deficiențe locomotorii, ortopedice, de auz, deficiențe de vedere, persoane cu sindrom Down și multe altele. În prezent, avem în echipa noastră peste 400 de colegi cu dizabilități, de la care învățăm în fiecare zi că dizabilitatea poate fi oricând transformată în abilitate atunci când ești în echipa potrivită.
În echipa Kaufland m-am simțit respectat și apreciat, încă de la început, de la interviul de angajare chiar.
Nu știam dacă aș putea fi potrivită să lucrez aici. Însă am aplicat. Am fost chemată la un interviu care a decurs foarte bine.
Deficiența mea auditivă nu m-a piedicat să obțin acest job la Kaufland.
Sunt caseriță într-unul din magazinele Kaufland din București, alături de o echipă de care sunt foarte mândră și care mă face să mă simt fericită și împlinită.
M-am integrat foarte ușor în echipa Kaufland.
M-am bucurat să întâlnesc aici persoane amabile și foarte atente la nevoile mele.
Le pasă de acum dintr-o păsără că te curat toată la amăpălă de mără.
Sunt foarte bucuros să fac parte din această echipă și țin să-mi arăt recunoștința față de un angajator care este atât de atent față de noi, de persoanele cu dizabilități.
Next, I will talk about how multiculturality looks like at Kaufland, Romania.
Привіт, мене звати Ольга.
Elvis Ebitomere.
Mahmoud Jamil Ahmad Basri.
Hi, my name is Australia Rowena Mateo and I am 40 years old. I was born in the Philippines and raised in the United States.
Я жила у Краматорську Донецької області в Україні.
سعودي اتولدت ودرست في مصر وعايش دلوقتي في رومانيا.
Nigeria.
Разом із своєю сім'єю, донькою та мамою ми вимушені були покинути батьківщину. Зараз ми переживаємо важкі часи, але ми знаємо, що важкі часи зміцнюють характер. Тому я хочу бути хорошим прикладом для своєї донечки.
15 years ago, when I was in New Jersey, USA, I fell in love with a Romanian guy and now we have a nice daughter. And 5 years ago, he convinced me to move together to Romania.
I came to Romania for study and I enjoy it here and I didn't want to leave anymore.
من سنة 2019 نقلت على كوفلاند وشغال فيها كمهندس مشاريع. أنا لسه فاكر أول انترفيو عملته ولما الأمور كلها مشيت بشكل إيجابي جدا وفي الآخر قالوا لي محمود أنت معانا في الشركة من النهاردة.
I discovered how great this country is with warm and helpful people. And I also love traveling the country and admiring the gorgeous landscapes here.
I enjoy spending time with my friends, playing snookers and watching football. My favorite football team is FC Barcelona.
في حياتي المهنية لقيت في هندسة شغفي وفي وقت فراغي لقيت إن الجيتار والبيانو وكتابة المزيكا الحاجة اللي بتديني دفعة إني أفضل مكمل.
Kaufland мене зустріли з добротою. Це дуже дружній колектив, як велика родина. Кожен мені буквально в усьому допомагає.
زمايلي استقبلوني بشكل رهيب غير اللي كنت متوقعه خالص رغم إني ما كنتش حتى بعرف أتكلم روماني. دلوقتي عندي زملاء وأصحاب كتير خبرة بشكل عام أكبر وكل يوم بتعلم أكتر.
I'm happy living in Romania. I'm proud to be working for so many years at Kaufland, the place where I feel appreciated and respected.
The colleagues here welcomed me very warmly. They were very helpful from the beginning and made me realize that when working in Kaufland, it doesn't really matter who you are, where you are coming from, and what job you had before, because everyone here acts as a big family. Thank you, Kaufland.
I am grateful. Thank you.
Дякую.
شكرا كوفلاند.
I'm proud to say that we have a diverse team. I myself am German. It is truly an honor to get to know various cultures, Diversity and multiculturality help us evolve, get knowledge, and have an open mind to new ideas. Another important thing at Kaufland is age diversity. We encourage people of all ages to join our team. Kaufland hires 16-plus-year-old candidates and has dedicated professional development programs for the young generation, such as internships or trainee programs. Pavel from Timișoara is our oldest yet very active colleague, 78 beautiful years of life. Another important aspect that we value is gender equality. Let me tell you a bit about women empowerment and the gender representation at Kaufland. We value gender equality at all levels. Half of our leadership positions are held by female executives. At Kaufland, there are more female store managers than male. The woman in the picture is Andrea. It's the real estate executive board member at Kaufland, Romania. Now, I'll be honest. I don't believe in many traditional things. I choose to be a cool leader, to inspire, not to intimidate. At Kaufland, we call each other by the first name. I'm Marco and not Mr. Hösel. Many people often say my last name incorrectly anyways. Also, I never wear a tie at work, and I advised my colleagues to do the same. A tie can block the blood circulation to the brain, and that's not a good thing for a creative company. For me, it's important to create a relaxed environment. We don't even have a dress code. Every day can be a casual Friday. I give my colleagues in the IT department always as an example. I love to see their t-shirts. I used to listen to this kind of music when I was young and had longer hair. Moving on, as I told you in the beginning, I would like to share some of my personal experiences. Sustainability is a topic that also relates to our discussion today. Not only is Kaufland an employer who promotes equal opportunities, it is also an employer who is contributing to a more sustainable world. Last year, for my 46th birthday, I dedicated 46 hours to some special causes.
Mă inspiră oamenii care se implică pentru un bine comun. Gesturile mici adunate dau rezultate neașteptate. Orice copil are dreptul la educație. Am învățat să apreciez spiritul de echipă. Cine respectă natura, se respectă pe sine. Să mănânci românește nu înseamnă doar. Rațiunul înseamnă a darui. Cred din tot sufletul că o educație inclusivă este cheia către progres. Și acum suntem pe teren să stabilim detaliile pentru următoarea secție ce va fi renovată. Și simt o mare bucurie când mă gândesc că aici vom crește pădurea Kaufland. Când mănânci românește, sprijin producătorii locali. Ne-am dedicat 2 zile pentru renovarea școlii Petre Carp și a le oferi copiilor un mediu primitor de învățare. În orfelinatele din România, peste 3400 de copii au nevoie de grija noastră. Azi mi-am dorit să le dăruiesc o zi de neuitat. Iar cu susținere constantă le putem fi alături pentru îndeplinirea visurilor.
This year, 47 hours of my time will go to other special projects. Giving back to our community, this is the true reward. I will make time to help those in need. I encourage my 70,000 colleagues to get involved in CSR activities as well. Even our team building have a social cause behind them. We can always give time for good, and every action matters. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Marco. Clearly, Kaufland is where it is today under your inspirational leadership. Amazing stuff.
Thank you.
So I'd like to now introduce our next speaker, Mark Davis, who is the Regional Director for Romania and Bulgaria of the EBRD. Mark began his career as a senior country economist at the World Bank in Washington, D.C., moving on to Morgan Stanley in London, and later Executive Director at Goldman Sachs in Moscow. Mark joined the EBRD in 2013 as head of Armenia, and currently, since 2019, is Regional Director for Romania and Bulgaria. Mark?
I'm afraid the table won't hold me, so I'm going to sit in the chair because I need to look at a couple things here. I want to get some data at the end of this. First, thanks for having me. I'm delighted to be here and honored. And I also want to thank Melissa Engelhardt, who wrote a wonderful speech for me. And next to her is sitting who's a banker in our office. Also, I want to say we're thrilled that Kaufland is our client. And I'd like to point out that on multiple occasions, because we continue to finance Kaufland across the region, and our board says, why you need to finance them? They don't really need you. Oh, there's Xiaogan as well. I didn't see you, Xiaogan. So we have three bankers from EBRD here. Why you need to finance Kaufman? They really don't need you from a financial perspective. A very strong company, and we keep pointing out all the things that they're doing on sustainability, inclusion, etc. And we want to be associated with them. They're a leading example. We want the same things that they're doing our other clients to do, and we're working with many of our clients, including CTP. Etc., on inclusive parts of programs around the financings that we're doing. And when we have someone like Kaufland, then we can roll out new programs. So we have something coming called Women in Supply Chains to be worked out, but Kaufland would be a perfect example to work with us. So those are the kind of reasons we're thrilled to have Kaufman as our client. Now let me completely change the subject on the same topic, right? It's a hard act to follow. So let me talk a little bit personally about some of these issues, because I think ultimately inclusion, diversity is a personal issue. We have to put ourselves in a certain mindset. This word diversity, I actually don't like. I don't believe in diversity, and I think the word represents differences between people. So I like to think, I'm a hiring manager, and I like to think, I don't like diversity, I don't believe in diversity because everyone's the same in my eyes. But is everybody that way, first of all? And am I really that way? I think those are two key questions, and I think it's something I want to talk about a little bit. I mean, to really, go back, I grew up in New York when I was a kid, until I was 9, in the 1970s. So you can imagine, it was a little bit easier for me to come a long way from where my dad came out of the mountains of West Virginia. And he had to come a long way in his evolution in life, I think. In the 1970s, it was a multi-ethnic environment of ethnic cultures, and we're used to being together and we're treating each other particularly well. We had people like my dad, which were butch-haired, wearing a white t-shirt, and we had others wearing platform shoes, multicolored clothes, long hair. That didn't go particularly well together. And we had a bit of a revolution inside my family over the years as my mother evolved from being a woman in a traditional family to a leading businesswoman ultimately in Wisconsin, and evolving the household economy around those changes, and there was a lot of tension around that. And I remember when I was about 9 years old, there was something that came out through the US public school system, which was distributed a book called Free to Be You and Me, which really had a huge influence on me, because it was really about just being who you are, trying to figure out who you are and not caring about any of the things like ethnic, cultural, gender, people with disabilities, etc. And I think that really had an impact on me, and therefore I can look and say, well, I think everybody's the same in my eyes. And we'll come back to, am I really that way, which is another question. But then the other point is, look, I'm a hiring manager. So, you know, when I hire people, I'm actually trying to figure out not if they're male or female or, you know, I'm trying to figure out, are they actually going to deliver our bottom line? Are they going to be a highly performing person in the team? And I want to give an example, because if you have to look at sort of a spectrum of things if you want to get at real problems, right? Sometimes it's hard to see problems when things are pretty far evolved in a good way. So if we go to Armenia, where I spent 4 years, it's really a traditional, from a gender perspective, it's an amazing place. It's an amazing place. And the people are amazing. But from a gender perspective, it's truly a traditional society. The role of women in that society is very different at the household, nuclear family level. And I found, as a hiring manager, I was hiring all women, and the women I was hiring were easily been CEOs of the banks there, except that they were women, and they never had the opportunity to be CEOs of banks, and so they were coming to us. So it was an opportunity to exploit the differences that were being left by that traditional approach to gender. But I'm not a big fan of quotas, and I really worry about data. When I read numbers, I really question the people that put them together. So I'm skeptical of quotas. I have to say this, yeah? But I love guidelines, okay? And my team knows when I'm structuring something, whether it's a framework or a deal, I hate barriers. I hate constraints. I want as much optionality as possible. So don't like, you know, quota's not my thing, but I think there is a role for some of that. Partly because not everybody is looking at the world the way I hope I am, yeah? And we have to set some levels. But I think guidelines are super, super helpful. They help us question our thinking, our behavior, and our strategy. When I'm looking at somebody to interview, am I thinking to hire them because of their gender? Is that having a role? I'm trying it not to have a role, so it's important to ask that question. Do we have the opportunity for disabled people to succeed in our office? And if we don't, shouldn't we make that opportunity because we're missing an opportunity? Now let me say something very strange, but I want to get at some of the data causality questions. So it's been my personal experience for many, many years that on average, gay people are smarter than not gay people. But you have to question that. Why would that be the case? And that makes you look into the data a little bit more and into the causality a little bit more. Probably in the circles in which I am in, you have a lot of highly educated people, and highly educated people that are gay tend to come out more often. And maybe it's the less educated people that feel themselves unable to come out and admit that they're gay. That's a problem, right? So you have to look into the data a little bit to understand what's going on. And then we have a dog in our house. And you know, you think about dogs, they actually don't think, dogs are with the family, right? I think dogs don't think they're people. They think we're all dogs. That's the first thing. And the second thing is our dog clearly thinks I'm the alpha male in the household. What does that say about me? Is that a reflection on my behavior in my household? And I have 2 daughters, a wife, and a son. So why am I behaving like an alpha male? Does that say something about me? I think we need to look at questions like that. And it gets to questions like, do I treat my son differently to my daughters? You know, these are fair questions. Okay, so you know, I wanted to say some of those things, but I really, from EBRD perspective, what we're focused on is trying to get the economic benefits of exploiting the underexploited. right? If something is underexploited, then there's an opportunity there. And I think that when we do policy advice, when we do technical assistance, when we work with companies to do things like a vocational school by a company that's making, a warehouse company that's doing a vocational school that's allowing students, women, Roma to get an opportunity to work in that business, that's creating an opportunity to exploit the underexploited, and it creates economic benefits and value, and it improves the bottom line of the company, and I think Kaufland probably highly agrees with that. Now, what have we done? We've done some inclusion in some of our deals, but our sort of the biggest program around the region, where we've done about 600 million of financing under, is something called Women in Business. And we do that with partner banks through credit lines. And we haven't done any in Romania. But the reason we haven't done it is the banks have been full of liquidity. They don't need EBRD's credit lines right now, or they haven't in the past, okay? So that we have missed the opportunity to work with these banks, because when we do that, we have a number of technical assistance programs for the women businesses. It makes them better clients and better businesses. And we work with the banks themselves on their own policies. But I think those days are coming. The funding situation in Romania is changing around the world quite rapidly. And when this speech led me to start questioning, is it in time we go back to the banks, find a partner bank, because I think there's going to be demand for our product now. And then lastly, I want to mention again that we're working now on a new product, which is women in supply chains, because we have this concept of a very successful, strong central company, whether it's Kaufland or someone else, that there's a lot of companies feeding into that. So when we can work with that central company and then work all along the supply chain, and in this case particularly focusing on women, we can really improve the situation. And lastly, let me highlight some of the figures that give you a sense of the underexploited workforce that can be exploited. The female labor force, it was mentioned before, but let me give the number. The female labor force participation went from 57% in 2001 to 43% in 2021. And the women who are working tend to have lower value-added jobs and lower salaries. The share has increased, but women remain underrepresented in senior and middle management positions, boards, government roles, and public institutions. People with disabilities, the numbers are amazing. Labor force participation rate is 15% versus 64% for the average workforce. That's way, way too low. The employment rate among Roma lies at 32% versus 64% overall. Huge opportunity, and I think companies are starting to figure that out, particularly when they're hurting for labor force. And only 25% of LGBTI are often or always open about being LGBT in Romania. So that gives a sense, and that's versus an average of 47% in the EU. So that gives a sense of that, pressure or concern about the gender identification, which can be addressed. So EBRD would like to advance the equality of opportunity, not only from a moral perspective, but also as an opportunity for growth in Romania and the region. Thank you very much.
Mark, if I may keep you on stage a few more minutes, maybe ask you a few questions. You don't mind? No, thank you very much. Much appreciated. In your various postings, you mentioned Armenia, but you also cover Bulgaria. How would you see Romania today in comparison to some of the other countries? And I know you regularly work with your colleagues in Poland or rather Ukraine and elsewhere. How does Romania compare in the region of all the EBRD countries in terms of ED&I?
Look, I think the first thing that comes to me always from the gender perspective is that countries that were part of the, I don't know what you call it here, CIS, former Soviet Union, they were always really, really good on gender, frankly. And obviously the labor force participation rate was super high across, at least nominally. And so it's the evolution from that. And it's a little bit the role of the role that women tend to play. I spent a lot of time in Ukraine, so that's my main example, but it plays out everywhere. You see men in absolute leadership positions. I mean, there are exceptions always. Yulia Tymoshenko, for example, you know, but men tend to be in the absolute leadership positions. And then women tend to be in government, in accounting roles. Yeah? Bookkeepers, the people that keep track of things and keep things going. My mother-in-law, for example, is an accountant in a state company. She's like a machine. You know, she's a general, but she's not in a leadership position, but she's the glue that holds that company together in many respects. So you see that, I think, across the region. And as I said, I think this traditional family, you know, Armenia is a great example, again, about this nuclear family, because at the breakup of the Soviet Union, what was missing was trust. So contract enforcement was absolutely the crucial missing thing. And what happened in every country has its own system of corruption, but Armenia's was contract enforcement started to take place through intra-family business. And so if you want, and then eventually it worked out that some families won, and now there's about 20 families that are cross-linked, they intermarry, it's like, you know. And so that's that particular cocktail. But as a woman in that, you know, it's not like you got an insurance policy, or it's not like, you know, you get bailed out. So you have to play your role in that nuclear family, or you're left out. And if you're left out, it's very dangerous in that exposed. So, you know, I think it's different in each place. Bulgaria, Romania are more similar, I would say, than different. And I think that's the same thing for for Ukraine, for Russia, which I spent a lot of time, Belarus. They all remind me a little bit of the same. But Romania is different, I think, from an ethnic perspective. It's just a different place. I think it's in many respects an advantage. And it's a subtle thing, but I think it's more, it has to do with the language and the approach to life, and things that are valued as important and the way things work. It's just different, not necessarily better or worse, but I think it integrates better in the European Union, and it makes business work very well. The amazing thing for me here has been the ineffectiveness of government, the lack of the civil service, unpoliticized civil service, as a result, the lack of infrastructure, and nevertheless, an absolutely vibrant private sector. We always compare it to Italy, where maybe the government hasn't been so great all those years, but business just works. And I think that's that's partly about the culture of people here. I think that works in that kind of environment. And it's really powerful, and it's a great place to be.
Thanks very much, Mark. So a very interesting point about, in fact, government driving change in equity, diversity, government not driving change in equity, diversity, inclusion, and business, in fact, being the driver, which is kind of one of our core philosophies of the Diversity Chamber of Commerce. Okay, I believe we are a little ahead of schedule. Can we have the next slide, please? Right, so I think we can go ahead and start our first panel. So I will actually give a brief introduction of the panelists, allow them to talk on substantive matters. So our first panelist is Liliana Popescu, General Director of the Romanian Diplomatic Institute. She's a professor at the National School of Political Studies and Public Administration, known in Romanian as, and I'll say this wrong, CNSPA, right? Not CNCPA, okay. CNSPA. Former Vice Rector for International Relations. She holds a PhD from the University of Manchester, Department of Government, and has authored several books, such as The Construction of the European Union, Gender Politics, and Individual Freedom and Political Manipulation. She is also one of our lead trainers for our Diversity Chamber of Commerce training program. We also have with us today Ana Dumitrache, who is country head of CTP. Ana spent 18 years as a banker specializing in complex financings and real estate, building a well-earned reputation as a deal maker in the local real estate market. In 2016, she joined with Raymond Voss in CTP Romania with the clear goal of transforming the local entity into a market leader and growth engine for the entire group, and she has succeeded phenomenally. The last 3 years marked an average 15% growth in CTP's portfolio and consolidating the market leadership position CTP has already achieved in 2017. Our third panelist is Ella Moraru, Country Director of Google Romania. She is now she initially joined as industry manager in April 2012, working with business verticals in e-commerce, finance, and classifieds. Before that, she was part of the management team at Xerox and Microsoft. Ella holds a PhD degree in communication sciences with a thesis focusing on the evolution of the public sphere alongside the transformation of the access to information to citizens. She graduated from the Business Academy at Duke University, and she's also currently Vice President of the American Chamber of Commerce in Romania. Finally, we welcome, and I'm going to say his nickname because I cannot pronounce his Polish first name. He already told me I could say it. Bartek Budnicki, and I think I got the last name right. Bart, are you here? Ah, there we go. Hi. Bartek is an experienced strategy and project manager with more than 10 years' experience delivering complex projects for large brands. He joined Skanska more than 5 years ago, first as head of marketing for Business Link, and now as internal strategy and insights advisor. In addition to activities strictly related to the company's core business, he serves as D&I lead for the CEE region, which for them is Poland, Czech Republic, Hungary, and Romania. He's a co-author of the D&I development plan for the region, including activation and promotion of employee resource group activities. He's a representative of the region at the Global D&I Forum and co-founder and co-leader of the first employee resource group of LGBTQ employees and allies in the geographic region for Skanska. May I welcome everybody to the stage. We need microphones. Yes. Yeah. Okay, great. I will stand to the side, actually. I will stand to the side. I'm going to walk around a bit. So thank you all very much. I'd like to address our first question. Do everybody have the microphones? Are they working? Yeah? Thanks, Andrea. I'd like to address the first question to Liliana. Liliana, in your opinion, how can businesses create a more holistic approach to address environmental, social, and governance factors along with equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives? How do you weave it together?
No? Good. Hello, everybody. I have to say that that sounds a very complicated question, I have to say. However, I'm an academic, and I'm a combination of an academic with a diplomat. Now I'm leading the Diplomatic Institute. I still teach. And I have to say that looking at your program, I noticed two things. One thing is that it makes use of a certain kind of language, which I'm sure that this is very much used in the corporate world, referring to equity, diversity, and inclusion. And second, I noticed that there's a lot of emphasis on data. What I'm going to say is going to change this in the sense that I'm not going to use the corporate parlance. And secondly, I'm going to emphasize the qualitative aspects. I think that, of course, it is extremely important to discuss in the corporate world about the need to include people of diverse nature or construction. It's extremely important. But I think that emphasis on quotas, and I think we had the banker who already said that, I think that emphasis on quotas and data are not enough. It's not that they are not important, they are extremely important, but I think in order to make people feel that diversity and diverse people who are different need to be included, I think it is important to make people understand and feel empathy, compassion. And I think that this can be done by the corporate world and the enterprises, the companies, to be more open towards other environments, like the non-governmental sector, academia. So I think that companies need to open up to these diverse and different environments to their own. I know this means to get over sort of a comfortable situation in your own parlance, in your own values, in your own ways of doing things. But I think it is very important to open up to average people outside of the companies, to their problems, to their issues, and particularly to their fears. And I would like to emphasize the element of fear, because a lot of resistance to accepting other people who are different are rooted in the fear of the other. So I think that beyond the promoting quotas and promoting equity and inclusion, we need to look at these fears. And also I think you need to organize within companies, this is an idea in response to your question, to organize kind of workshops or events in which to address these fears. I will stop here.
Thank you, Liliana. You came to a question that I was going to raise, and you mentioned the concept of fear, which Ambassador Hayden, I think, also had mentioned. I want to ask Anna, you have, I think, a fairly large kind of blue-collar workforce at CTP. Is fear a concept that you've had to tackle, whether explicitly or implicitly, in promoting ED&I in CTP?
Absolutely. So first of all, hello everyone. We are a relatively small company in Romania. We're only 100 people, but actually there are like 9,000 people working in our parks in Romania. 97% blue collars, as Perry has just mentioned. And indeed, it's very interesting. We've never addressed fear as a concept in itself, but what we discovered is that these people are not exposed to the idea of freedom, of expressing themselves. They're simply not exposed. They don't know they can do it. So as mentioned earlier, it's very interesting because, and I'll give you an example, in one of our largest parks, which is actually, I think, the largest logistic park in Europe now, is City Park Bucharest West. This is 23 kilometers far from Bucharest, in a village called Bolintin. Yeah, so it's a nearby village, Bucharest. We have there roughly 4,000 people, mainly blue workers. And we did a clubhouse over there for the amenities in the park, because our owners' ideas, and this is one of the reasons I work for this company very openly, so it's crucial for me. Once we have these values, for me, it's super important. So our owner wanted to give these people a normal life in the park. He said, okay, they're blue collars, they're working hard, they're in a warehouse, they're with heavy things, and we have to create a normal environment for them to have a normal life. Besides planting trees and doing green areas and these type of things, we did this clubhouse. It has a medical point for them to have access together with their families. It's on our company's expense. And they're bringing their kids to the doctor and whatever. They have a decent shop, they have a decent canteen with a meal at noon. But the most important thing there, and what we learned together with Raymond there, was the equity and diversity concept live. Because Everyone eats in the same canteen, from the CEO of the company to the blue collar working in a warehouse. Everyone is there. It's a fluid space, open to everyone. It's superbly fitted. You are all invited when crossing A1. So it's superbly, it has lacroix chairs, it has colors, it has high quality. We've invested a lot in endowments, and I truly believed in this idea. And initially our colleagues in the construction division, which doesn't have a gender balance yet, fair gender balance yet, it's mainly my colleagues, we love them. It's the engineers are having, they're super smart guys and very nice people. They said, oh, they're going to ruin it. Everything will be destroyed here. These people haven't seen something like this in their entire life. It's going to be a disaster. It's working for 2.5 years, almost 3 years now. Nothing has been stolen, nothing but anything, believe me. Nothing has been broken, anything, not a piece of furniture, no, nothing. Yeah, so highest quality, expensive furniture. I mean, it's really, and they're super happy to be there. We really created a mingling space. We have a barbecue area where we do once a month a breakfast in the garden, again, inviting from CEO to the last worker in the warehouse, and they all enjoy a croissant in the morning, yogurt. Maybe they cannot afford it at home. Yeah, for us, it's a very small effort. Yeah, so this is to answer your question. That's what we're trying to do, to bring these people to a level, to make them understand there is another type of life. They have rights, and try to expose them, including education and other things we're doing. But I think our clubhouse is a super good example, and we're trying to create the snowball effect by explaining other people that this is a real life example, that these people are appreciating values, are appreciating quality, are appreciating being included. So they respect us. We treat them with respect, they give us back respect. So
breaking down barriers then is an important part of this. Getting people together, letting them understand and know each other. It is part of the informal culture, and it's also something that external trainers coming in can help. But without both, you maybe lose something. But you've done a wonderful job. Bartek, may I ask you, as another building company, construction company, building owner, what Skanska has done in the region?
Yes, of course. Hello, Bartek Bonicki, representing a very Swedish company here. And when talking about governments, I am lucky to cover two extremely bad examples. So, as an introduction, Poland and Hungary nowadays. So, countries actually that are at the end of the list when it comes to the LGBTQ plus inclusion, for example, according to ILGA Europe. Coming back to your question, when it comes to the fear, I believe that exposing people is not enough. First of all, we have to understand that we are a very fearful species, that fear is being inbuilt in how our biology works. There is a part in our brain called amygdala that reacts in a certain way, stimuli to be passive-aggressive, defensive sometimes. And a very good webinar or maybe a workshop we hosted at Skanska in 4 different countries here in the region about the unconscious biases was actually to ask our employees a very simple question, and maybe you can answer all right now. When we all were kids and we were behaving badly, our parents were telling that someone will kidnap us, trying to scare us. And the question is, who was that person? Was it a monster or was it another nation? In Hungary, we discovered that it was a Roma community, gypsies. In Poland, it was bad Russian in Black Volgas. So, as you can see, we are biased from the very beginning. So exposing, yes, but firstly understanding the cause of the fear.
Thank you. Ella, you're with a very different kind of company. How would you say, given your workforce in Romania and globally, ED&I has permeated, and how have you managed to weave it together with sustainability?
Now I'm conflicted because I think Google is a company that does not work on fear. Actually, resist idea, but I do relate to what you all said about fear, so that's the conflict from. We are almost 400 people now in Romania, and we have grown tremendously during the years. The most difficult part for us to go from 30 to almost 400 was community. And it was all about how do we make ourselves part of a team that is not really a family, because we are not really a family, but we are a good community. And by that I mean a good citizen. So that's why I don't relate to fear when I think of Google, because the company thinks of, okay, what makes you wake up in the morning and say, yay, if I come to the office? What makes you say, it's not just the pay slip, it's something extra? And that's part of, maybe you've heard of the project called Aristotle that was created 10 years ago. It's, if you will, a pyramid of Maslow's needs, but for a company. And on the basis, we have psychological safety. Maybe you've heard of it. We talked a lot about it. What I find more interesting, the pyramid, is upwards, because it talks about the next level is dependable. So it's not that you depend on the other one to make your job, but you trust the other. And that's where you feel comfortable being your true self in the office, and not just in the office, and I'll talk about that very shortly. And then it grows into the pyramid, and then you have impact and meaning. And that's where you take what Professor Liliana just said, you take it outside of your company. And the good citizenship, it's not just being thankful that you have a place that gives you so many benefits and treats you humanly decent, but it's that you take that outside. And it's the work we do with Iromja, or it's the work we do with Dăruiește o Viață, or the work we do with N-avem Sânge, or the work we do with Casa Bună, or the work we do in DEI, or the work we do, or the I Am Remarkable workshops, or the Mind the Gap workshops, and I could continue. But that's the power of the ripple effect, when you truly believe that you're not just a payslip. So that's why I don't relate to fear from the perspective of me being an employee of Google, but I do relate to the fear in the society. And I, very shortly, forgive me, I talk a lot, I want to tell you a short story. I was last week, or 2 weeks ago, I even forgot, in a small town in Câmpina, in a high school. 17-year-old kids in the room, and we spoke about education, we talked about where they want to study next, computer science, all sorts of things. Towards the end, one of the kids, a boy, 17-year-old, asked me, so, what do you recommend to girls? Should they become moms or should they have a career? And I had been speaking for 55 minutes. And that was his question. But it was not about my speech. It was about what he had been seeing and hearing in his family, in school, in society, on TV, on social media. So I did reply to the question. I will not bore you with the answer. You see, I'm quite of an opinionated person. But you have to know, it was not just my reaction. It was the girls in the room. They were not like, oh, boo, you. They were like, let's hear what she has to say. So they were not sure that they can have whatever they want to have. So, yeah.
Very, yeah. So, yeah, a lot of these attitudes are baked in, aren't they, in ways we don't always even realize. I think, Liliana, I sense you wanted to say something. You wanted to jump in?
Yeah, maybe. I think I might have been misunderstood when it comes to fear. And let me give you an example. I used to go to a certain sports club, and at some point the one trainer who was a very excellent trainer, he was doing a class of dance, and many people were going there, and I joined the team. He was extremely energetic and open and trying to stimulate people, most of them women, to dance, to express themselves. And he was using some maybe more, I don't know, sexually, some gestures and I don't know, and stimulants, but nothing really obscene or anything of that sort. And we all felt fantastic because he was showing us how to move, how to express ourselves, how to give out what we have inside all of us. And then after the class, I went to the place where we were changing, and one of the ladies, we went to the concierge. And at the concierge, one of the women who were in the class was expressing her outrage about that person. And I said, how come, such different reactions to the same person, the same class, the same thing? I said, okay, that's fine, we are different, that's okay. But at the same time, I felt like telling to the concierge, look, this is okay. I mean, I really enjoyed the class. He was so fun, I feel so energetic right now, and many people enjoyed the class. But I didn't want to contradict her. I said, this is my perception. So then we went to the changing room, and somehow she started to talk to me and said, I really enjoyed it. I mean, I'm kind of surprised at your reaction. And then she said, I'm so fed up with these gays. They're all over in my company, and they get promoted. So I said, hey, look at what's lying behind her reaction. And I said, okay, well, maybe they are talented, maybe they are good, maybe that's why they are promoted. But I didn't say it in a more, kind of aggressive way, So I started to have a conversation with her. And in the end, I don't remember the details of the conversation, but at the very end, she felt a little bit, I felt that she felt a little bit better about her gay colleagues. So what I meant when I mentioned fear is the fact that there are lots of things in a company, fear of somebody else who is different being better, competing better. In this case, I felt that there was some sort of envy combined with maybe a sense of inferiority. I mean, there are so many nuances. I don't know exactly, in any case, the whole situation. But I just wanted to say that in a workplace, there are always dynamics in the relationship between people. And I think they are not solved by quotas, by norms, as it's good to be equal, to be inclusive, and so on. I think we need to go deeper into what motivates people, how people feel, and maybe this is a way in which the relationships in workplaces, like companies, can get healthier. This is what I meant.
Thank you. Very, very keen insight. And I think, frankly, you could have filled in the blank with any number of, why does that gay get X? Why is that Roma doing this? Why is that woman being promoted to this and I'm not? And it kind of goes to the very core, I think, of the issue. I wanted to go back to Ella again, because you are with Google, and ask you about how we can use data-driven insights to help companies, organizations understand the importance of ED&I and where they can improve.
I also have mixed feelings about the quotas as well, but I've learned how to use it in our benefit. It's the 10th year we publish globally our DEI report, and it has been a constant improvement in all these topics: LGBTQ, women, Black, Latino, Asian, because it's a wide mix, yeah, it's a 360 degrees. I would even call it, you have to watch out for the introverts, you have to watch out for those with short hair, because we are all different, yeah, we all have this need to be seen, to be recognized, to be heard, and just to be, to have somebody that says, you are here, I see you. Yeah? And this type of quotas, actually what they do is they mirror practically what the others have been used to. The quota before was no woman, no LGBTQ, no, zero. Yeah? It was also a quota. Now the quota is we have to reverse that. So I find it necessary because we need processes, we need instruments so that we know how to progress in this. I know that if I do a training, I want to see what happened after the training. I know if I want to implement something, I need to measure that in a way. So for me, this is very important. And yes, I've been told literally in my face, you get what I deserve because now you're a woman and you come from CE. You can decide what you do with that sentence. You can say, oh, I'm so sorry. Or you say, oh, I am sorry. But I deserve it because I do this, 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 this. And if you have that data, you can show. And Romania is in a privileged place, maybe an interesting legacy of the communists, because we have a huge number of women that are growing, and the number of females in IT&C is higher than in other countries, it's around 35%. We have now around 40-something% women in executive positions, and we see a trend in IT&C graduates which are women. So, and the trend continues to grow. So this is great, and if I have this data, I know I'm working towards the right direction. If I wouldn't, it would be difficult for me to evaluate where are we and what can we do extra. And we need a bigger echo, a bigger wave, so that we can compensate the zero.
Anna, how do you measure within CTP your progress, and how do you firstly identify employees of different persons who've been marginalized?
Well, first of all, we think in CTP that data is essential to what we're doing towards this end, and I want to continue a little bit because we're working in real estate business. So real estate is by far dominated by male executives. It was always the case, you know very well the industry as well as I do. Probably without quotas, the things would have been remaining with the same 100% quota as before. For instance, in CTP, we have very clear targets. So in our ESG strategy, we have very clear targets of promoting women. What has happened naturally and somehow intuitively in our business is that we are gender balanced over 50-50 male and females. But now what our board and our executives and the top management, I am within the top management of the company, what we have established together is certain targets for ourselves to promote women and diversity. So that's how we're working on. Also, how we're using it is we try to keep our minds open to the results, because diversity, it's been proven by data that it's helping our business. And this is, we're very pragmatic people. And once again, I'm always saying that the commercial interest and the add value we bring to the companies is the most legitimate interest. Yeah, we want to make money. This is absolutely clear, and we're transparently admitting that. And we are accountable for that, but it's been proven with hard data, and if you look at McKinsey reports, and there's tons of other reports, diversity, inclusion, equity is helping you making honest money, because that's also super important. So for the companies, it's super important. We are now at 640 employees throughout the group. It's very diverse. You see mainly, so we are active mainly in CE, and it's very, very interesting. I'm the managing director for Romania. We have a managing director, a woman in Poland. which is very nice, and it's bringing a good vibe, I think, to our Polish team, and it's good for the market and for the Polish market, which is very different, very, very special. And we want to see women promoted in the Czech Republic because there's less women in there in the top positions, but we have very clear targets. So this is on the list. We have to achieve it by 2026. We have a target. By 2030, we have a target. Unless we work with discipline, the world cannot change. You know, and to finalize, I remember many years ago, there's the largest real estate fair in Europe is in Munich. Yeah, every October we go there for many years already. And when I first went there, I was in my 20s, and when I exited at the end of the fair, I was absolutely totally scared. I have to admit, I'm rarely scared. There's not many things which scare me. But I was absolutely scared because I was a woman and there were, I think, thousands of men of suits, black suits in front of it. It was like a movie scene, very, very, in all honesty. And now in MIPIM this year, which is another important real estate fair in Europe, is these two milestones in our gatherings, real estate gathering. In MIPIM in Cannes this March, I was super impressed because I think it was the first year when women took it over. Because there were many events focused on this balance, focused on what we have to do. It was action in place. And it was already different. The balance is different, so the scheme is very different in Munich, different here. It's absolutely, you have, it's not balanced yet, but still it's far better. But in MIPIM, this year was nice because there were these events focused exactly on how women can help companies achieve their goals, their KPIs, how can they improve the working environment, and on data, I mean, not very pragmatically, not mere discussions. And this, I think, if it reaches the top levels and the executives and the owners and the stakeholders and the employees, if all these results and data, if we make sure we spread them around, they will have a certain effect on the society. Data is, you cannot argue with data. It's mathematics in the end. Of course, there's bias in statistics, we know that, but there's also positive bias, always, In this type of cultural things, I think there's always a positive bias which may help.
Indeed, very, very good point. And I would also point out that the real estate industry has not only been dominated by men, but I would say straight white men. And you see this sea of people at these real estate fairs, both of which I've been to in Munich and in Cannes. 15 years ago, there was maybe a few women walking around with the men in their gray or black suits. It has changed for sure, and there's more color as well, people of color. Bartek, it looked like you wanted to say something.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. When talking about data-driven ED&I strategies, I wanted to share two things I've noticed, having a closer look at 4 countries we are covering at Skanska. And one is asymmetry when it comes to approach towards data, and the discrepancy into how much companies are investing into discovering the insights about external communities like clients. How many people of you here are representing marketing and insight mining functions? One person. And when it comes to data strategies towards the ED&I, I believe that we don't have to rediscover the world, and actually our marketing insight harvesting department has a perfect solutions. Just simply ask what kind of methodologies are being applied to, for example, drive the sales strategy. That is very common into B2C businesses. We are running qualitative, quantitative research, ethnographic researches. And then we have to ask ourselves, how much of those is being applied to understand the needs of our diverse workforce? And my discovery, only a little. HR reporting to the headquarters, gender, age, that's it, so to say. And there is much more. Investing into qualitative surveying, focus interviews, IDIs that are being not followed maybe, but annual satisfaction survey, something that is a kind of a starting point, is great. And I will give you an example, because we at Skanska, when it comes to numbers and quotas, we don't have a global D&I strategy. We have a global framework of how each and every business unit shall approach D&I. But we are granted an extreme freedom. There is one goal that is common for all of us, all over the Skanska world, is a female employment. And my management board can say, our goal is 30% of female employment within the construction industry in inline position. And guess what? Skanska CDE, 60%. We are already there. So our management board can say, check. No. This is why we are not applying the global rules top down. Our strategies are being built bottom up. And the discrepancy that I've mentioned, and now the asymmetry. I personally discovered that when, for example, taking the market researches and applying the results into the sales strategy, product development strategy, we're treating them very, very seriously. Oh, this is what the report claimed, so let's have it on. And then when talking about the insights harvested from our employees, first of all, we are kind of flirting with them. Oh, were they really serious about that? And this is the asymmetry. And one more thing, because I am representing B2B business. For me, it's a bit hard, for example, to discover the needs of our clients, even though we as Skanska are bringing quite important puzzle to the ESG strategies, for example, or employer branding strategies, an office. But last 3 years, we are more like a doctor that is advising our customers how to deal with the office employer branding strategy, rather than pharmacists that are being given a receipt, please do that. And there was quite a challenge during the Great Resignation wave and back to the office policies, that not so many people were successful. So while talking to our clients, big corporates all over the world, they were saying, help us to create a good back to the office strategy. We need a plan. And our very first question was, have you asked your employees why they're not coming? And the most common answer was no. And there is a good McKinsey report showing another discrepancy about what managers think were the reasons of Great Resignation and people not willing to come back to the office, and what were the real causes reported by those who decided to leave the company. Managers, top managers, thought that it was salary, general financial situation, and development program. And then McKinsey reported that from the other perspective, top 3 answers: not being recognized by a company, direct manager, and not feeling belonging to a company. So we have to be aware of those tendencies, those trends. So my message to you today is discrepancy into understanding and applying methodologies, and asymmetry towards the data we are analyzing on a daily basis.
Bartek, you said something interesting that I'd like to now raise for Anna and you and Ella again. You mentioned a framework that Skanska has, but local countries or regions have the ability to implement it in a flexible way. I assume that's similar for Google. Possibly CTP is also Dutch-owned, so the culture of respect for ED&I is ingrained in the company. But how do we deal with situations where multinationals have amazing ED&I policies in the UK, US, Germany, but in Central Eastern Europe, local management doesn't always come on board? And we see this discrepancy often. Ella, let me start with you.
Well, I hope Ella's stamp on Google was an equitable one. Yes. There's a book by Kate Holmes called Mismatch on designing products, and she talks about how the society is created by unwilling people. So obviously, if you choose a person to represent you in a country or a team that is unwilling to fit into the culture that you offer, things will not work, obviously, for sure. I think everything lies with education and with role modeling. And this is why I'm here, because I want to show to my team that I don't just talk about the fact that I care about DEI, that I do, and that I'm involved in as many times in the projects or in the events that we do, and that we celebrate, and then I talk about this from day to dawn. So I think I'm privileged in the sense that the company I work for, and I've been working for 11 years there and still say there's honey in the jar because of this, gives me the opportunity to really do things in this. So I don't know if my answer is really relevant, but there is a saying, the Romanian saying, omul sfințește locul, the person makes the place holy, if I can translate it like that. Where's my phone so I can use Google Translate? Joking. I think you get it, right? There is no way you don't make a place be the right place if you do the right things. And I think when you get hired in Google, one of the 4 interviews is called Googliness. And we probe not the skills you have. We do also check your CV, right? We do want to know that you have the knowledge and the cognitive abilities to do your job. But we also probe leadership and Googliness. And for me, the Googliness interviews is about your values. You can acquire knowledge, but you cannot change really your values. So you solve it all by hiring if you really want to embody the type of culture you want to show.
Very, very, very interesting, Ella, and I think that really focuses on what Mark Davis had mentioned to some extent, that the leadership sets the agenda in a lot of ways, and if you have the right role modeling, then the company will often follow. Anna, you looked like you wanted to jump in as well.
Yes, what I want to say is Romania is a very tolerant country. I think we tend to underestimate that. I don't think people know it. The right people know it and have discovered it and are enjoying it from this perspective. So we should be careful also to promote this and let people know, because I think it's more for other countries. Also in our CTP portfolio, we are probably one of the most tolerant teams and diverse and with very young people and of different mentalities and whatever. So we're super diverse in the Romanian team. And I think that's our whole society. I mean, you feel good in Romania. Discrimination here, it's present. We need to do a lot of things to make it. I think we have to do a lot at the authorities level, at more, I mean, this type of discipline and organization. But people in their hearts, I think they have a degree of tolerance higher than many Western countries. I mean, this is my life story, because I really decided with my family to stay here because of the level of tolerance. We've been trying, we've been in exile, we've been ourselves outside and tried different things. But that's why we're here. So I think it's understated. And it's very interesting because not only we're in real estate, but we're also in warehousing. So warehousing comes with the supply chain, as Mark has mentioned a bit earlier, with the EBRD. I think it's a great program if they implement the supply chain gender program. That's super interesting. And the warehousing and the supply chain business, it's again dominated by straight male, let's put it this way, because you've made a very important note there. What we're trying to do and where we think we add value is that we try to engage our clients. So basically we engage our clients. They are the ones who are employing people, and indeed we are business to business, but we're trying to engage their employees. to somehow engage in our activities and inclusion, because it, as I was saying earlier, it's one thing to discuss with your manager in the warehouse and totally different to share the chorba, there's no translation for this, at noon with him in the same clubhouse. And also it's I don't know, another example, worked with the Red Cross in some events together with our CSR team, and now our second largest client is implementing this. It's cascading this for its whole employees. So we did it with a handful of people, of 40 people. They looked at us, they said, "Oh wow, this is very important, very interesting, we have to do it." We did forest cleaning 2 years ago, we started, and then we've been called by the clients and they said, "Oh, we want to do it, we want to do it more often, we want to get involved, we want to..." So this has a snowball effect that I think it's super important, and we do the same in the company, because you mentioned about the regions. We do the same in the company. In CTP we are now competing with the other countries on the deeds, on the good deeds, on the awareness we are creating at this level, at social involvement, at community involvement. It's like a competition all the time, but in a good sense of a competition. And somehow it's so emerged that we, the Romanians in our company, we are setting the tone. We were very happy and very proud of ourselves and the whole team. Because we're really engaging. I mean, Polish people have seen we're doing the forest cleaning, they're doing the same with their clients, and nobody did before. Czech colleagues have invested in buying wood. So basically we have now millions of square meters of wood, but it's young. Yeah, so programmatically we've been buying wood that shouldn't be exploited. I mean, to let it grow, to protect it, that was the main reason. So we're doing all sorts of things of this kind. Our Slovak colleagues are doing very nice things. There was a super program. I think we should do it here and support it and maybe work on something together. Colleagues from our Brno franchise from Brno, they were doing a program teaching women over 40 of age, teaching them IT and computer skills, because they were not computer literate, and for them it was literally impossible to find a job. And then they promoted to their office clients, and they were hired, and you know, it goes like a snowball, as I was saying. So right now I think, yeah, and I want to emphasize that we're a very tolerant country. I think we have the potential to do it and spread it around, and in CE definitely we have a voice in this good direction, I would say.
If I may jump.
Yes, please.
First of all, I've promised to provide you with a good example of how a good data mining can bring good results when I was answering the previous question. So we are investing a lot into the inside mining and doing a lot of exit interview, workshops with our clients before making a decision and after decision-making process. And recently we've discovered that because of Poland, and in general our region is very business-centered, centric, so to say, and when it comes to workforce, there's something wrong with my mic.
It's okay. Yes, please.
It's homophobic. So what we've discovered is actually that lots of our are looking for a very are looking for a workforce that is very numbers. And guess what? There is proven correlation that people that are good at number are very neuroatypical. So we as Skanska invested quite a lot of time and money into understanding, and we've published a report, for example, of how to... No, I'm done with mics. And we've discovered that, first of all, 20% of us, according to World Health Organization, are neuroatypical, and there are 3 personas that are very, so to say, statistically important. So people diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, ASD, HDED,
I'll hold it for you.
Thank you. And the information process disorder. And a figure that will give you an overview how important the report was. It was published 2 weeks ago, and within 3 days, 4 million people read the report. So this is an example of how good insight and data mining can help us actually discover new perspective of diversity. I'm leaning forward much. And now I will look good on the pictures. But you've asked about the local leadership and the local strategies, and I'm going to say something maybe surprisingly, but I don't expect any leader to be a champion within ED&I. Because I believe that empathy is like a muscle, it can be trained, and I don't believe that every leader is ready to be a champion at a particular point of time. Because I believe that good leaders are people that are very aware of what they are not capable of. And there is this saying that I will pay attention, and attention is a currency, and sometimes our leaders have an empty wallet, and what they can do. There is a methodology called, another 3-letter acronym, Employee Resource Group. And I really recommend applying that into ED&I strategies, because bringing the decisions, the budgets, and the representations down can really make people flourish. That it's very honest ED&I strategy, so to say, and simply the leader is acting as a very good canvas producer. But the employees are painting the picture, and there is no clash of, so to say, conflict, whether we are bringing the profit or profit with purpose, whether I have a time actually to deal with the ED&I strategy as a local leader, because everything is interconnected. There are tools for leaders that are not ready to be ED&I champions, actually to make their company employees be the champions on ED&I. Thank you.
It was quite strong.
Liliana, wanted to ask you as well your view on large multinationals that have wonderful ED&I policies in other countries, but when it sometimes comes to local leadership, there's a reluctance. They say, well, it can't be done in Romania, or too conservative. How do you answer that question?
It's difficult to answer to that question, but yes, I agree that Romanians are tolerant. But at the same time, we have to admit that there is still a lot of conservatism, and maybe conservatism is more concentrated in multinationals. Maybe it's a hypothesis, can be further researched. Maybe because we are so tolerant, many employees accept certain policies which are not necessarily in their favor. So maybe this line or this this area needs to be more researched as to why here multinationals, companies go ahead without cultivating more these inclusion, diversity, equity policies. So maybe, I don't know, maybe the Chamber of Commerce, the RDCC, could do something in this respect in terms of research as to why this is happening, because that might be a ground for further policies in this respect. And maybe also could, methodologically, sociologists would say, maybe you could also do a focus group with relevant leaders in multinationals to see, and also with employees, or maybe in parallel, the CEOs on the one hand, and employees from the same companies from just to explore, So maybe there is a relationship with the tolerance, but tolerance in the sense that, accepting conditions which are not necessarily in your favor. So yeah, this is what I would say.
It's great ideas, and we will actually follow up with you on that. I think what's just running through my mind is that we just signed an MOU with the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce, and perhaps we can reach out to their members. Maybe with Ella now as Vice President of AmCham, we can reach out to do a survey on these very topics. So great idea, Liliana. Thank you.
You can also make use of your connection with the National University for Political and Administrative Studies.
To help us with the questions, for sure. No question. We need that. Ella?
Yes, I have two things I need to say. Forgive me. One is a definition and the clarification, and the other one is a little story. The definition that I want to clarify here, because we agree to disagree, Bartek, is that a leader. There are at least 12,000 definitions of leadership. At least that's what the INSEAD teachers told me. My definition is that a leader is a person that makes the other people go towards a vision, minding their objectives. So a leader, and I'm not talking about a manager here, can never say, I'm not good at being mindful of the other people and their differences and what they care about. That's not a leader for me. So, my opinion. And the other thing I want to tell you is a story. I think it's a month ago. I took my kids to the cinema and I was queuing for coffee. And there were three teenagers, 16-year-ish, and they were talking, having their coffee, and then there was a girl that came into the queue, a very rubicund girl, big hips, very tiny waist, with a belt on it. I only saw her afterwards because I saw their faces. They were surprised. She was different. And then their faces were like, did you see her? And I can only tell you, I did not need my smartwatch to know my pulse. Because that's bullying. That's bullying. And that's lack of education. That's lack of empathy. And I did not show lack of allyship. So you can imagine, I went to them. And I told them something. I was the teacher. Forgive me, but this is what we need to do. Be allies of those who are different, because they don't need to be shown with the finger. And we need more education and more allyship on this. And if you go away from today, don't go away thinking that we have enough. We need much more in Romania. So go educate everybody you have around you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Forgive me for the...
No, that was really... I see a couple of hands that have gone up now, and I should probably open the floor to questions. Charlie?
First of all, thank you all for being brave enough to sit up at the on the panel. Actually, I'd like to mention something. The last two speakers both had a different opinion and disagreed with each other. Diversity is not about whether or not one is right and the other is wrong, but it's about listening and actually coming together, because I think you're both right, and I think your both points of view are valid, and I think it's really important that there's not enough listening and there's too much saying you're wrong and I'm right, you're right, I'm wrong. And I think that we start with that. And I'm not saying that either of you are wrong, I'm saying you're both right. And I think that's a good start. So just a quick point of view.
Is this working? Yep. Okay. Very quick point on age. Now, I'm entitled to talk about age because I'm probably the oldest person in the room. No? I'll race you on it. I dye my hair. I worked for 45 years in finance, investment banking, ran emerging markets for a large investment bank, Merrill Lynch, and then set up an investment fund, etc. My wife's Romanian. I decided to do something in Romania. I set up a foundation, or in the process of setting up, to introduce high school students to business, well, entrepreneurship and investment. Now, I went into it thinking maybe there'll be a bit of interest, but not much. We have been amazed by the level of interest. And what's key, Ella's talking about kids, etc. If you empower young people with the responsibility to improve the return on equity, it's a very simple point, they see through so many of the prejudices that they live with all around them. Because they suddenly say, well, if I want to drive sales and increase the value of the business, why exclude that community or that community? And so I think I can say that using business, well, actually entrepreneurship, because it's sexy, and investment, and as a former investment manager, I've been amazed by the performance. We've given a nominal amount, synthetic portfolio, to some students. The performance is superb across a whole range of different investment categories. I mean, it's not just they're playing the Romanian stock market, they've been playing currencies. We've had people looking obviously at equities, long and short, we've had debt, etc. They master the criteria, but they're looking and analyzing opportunities. How do I maximize my return? And it's a very effective way of punching through a lot of the perceived and real prejudice and bias that exists, as it does in most countries. When I ran businesses in just all the emerging markets around the world, so I've seen it, all the countries that have been mentioned, I've been involved in business there. And in Romania, it's not particularly acute, but it is real. But by using business, and I think if businesses reach down to, well, we're talking 15 to 17-year-olds, but 2 weeks ago I was invited to see a group of 8 to 10-year-old kids here in Bucharest who are making lemonade and selling it at various events. The buzz they were getting from selling was amazing, the confidence, etc. But also, they just wanted to sell as much lemonade as possible. So they didn't give a damn what the person looked like or what their sexuality was. Just get them buying my lemonade. So I think it does break down a lot of the prejudice and preconceived ideas. Thanks.
Thanks, Martin. And the RDCC is really happy to be partnering with you on this teen entrepreneurship program. As we said when we met, love the idea. We want to make sure that the program is made accessible to our 4 pillars, girls, Roma, teenagers with disabilities, and LGBT plus teenagers. So it's a really, really good program, and happy to be involved. And that actually, I think, brings me to one point I wanted to make. ED&I does not have to be implemented in businesses simply because you have a noble heart. It makes economic sense. With that statement, I want to kind of ask a closing conclusion from each of you to respond. Bartek?
Yes, but can I clarify something once again? Because we are agree with Ella.
You don't have to agree with it. It makes it more interesting if you don't agree.
The thing is, like, being a good leader, being mindful of our own competences and time, and saying at particular time that, listen, right now, I don't have time because I have to focus on the figures, but I will let you shine. It's enough to be a good leader. And I've met many great leaders who are providing with this kind of feedback, and I'm out at gay men. Bartek, you did a great presentation, but the colors were a bit too gay, so to say. So yeah, and when it comes to the finishing remarks, I highly recommend the report done by Open by Business that went through the CE economies to actually find the answer. How much does it cost economies to discriminate LGBTQ+, for example? And among CE countries, Romania is losing the most when it comes to percentage of GDP among all the other countries surveyed. You are scoring above 1% of GDP growth. Loss of that because of the discrimination. So that would be the simplest answer I can provide.
Thank you. And that report is on the RDCC website. Our founder and board member, Lestat, is actually on the regional board of Open for Business. So a great report, really great. Liliana, closing remarks?
Yes, well, I may disappoint you, but it doesn't matter, to be honest. in the sense that there are a lot of data on the market about the importance in money terms of inclusion and of using diversity within companies. But why I said I would disappoint you is that I would say, there is this saying which goes back, I don't know, to Washington, time is money. But somebody I think cleverer said, time is life. So the time you are spending at work, why not making it, better spent? And look at your co-workers in a different light, understand them, accept them with their faults, with everything that comes with diversity, So, this is what I'm saying, beyond data, there is, and beyond money, there are human relations. So, make the most of it. Thanks.
Thank you. Ella?
In my case, I would first thank you for investing time and resources in making such events and educating us and giving us the chance to watch in each other's eyes and say, yeah, we want to do things and we care. And the other thing I would like to say is that I've been struggling personally in the last 20 years to become. And I thought it was about belonging, but it was about becoming. Because for me, I thought success was about checking some boxes and proving some things. And my imposter, my crow, or as a friend of mine says, my Radio Romania catastrophe was pulling in my ear all the time. You're not good enough, you're too woman, you're too young, you're too from Romania, you're too whatever. And I had to struggle to accept happiness is inside me. And that was a very difficult struggle. So you imagine that everybody in this room, everybody in Romania, everybody in this universe has the same struggle. So when you meet with the other person in front of you, understand that they also have this struggle and accept that that's the way you start the conversation. And from there, it's just a beautiful story. Thank you.
Well, it's proven by data, it's making sense from the economic point of view to have diversity, but most of all, I think it's bringing us up to date. So very pragmatically, if you want to have an up-to-date company with good people and have access to employees, because in our world, for instance, it's a big issue. It's top of the list of all the CEOs in our industry and in our clients' industries. That's if you ask them what's waking you up at 2 in the night, where do I find people? If you want to find people, if you want to have youngsters, I have people 20 of age, 22 of age, and so on. So we're focusing on that. You need to give them things to believe in. Yeah. So we found out that they're more interested in the overarching goals than in the immediate goals, because they're not so focused in creating maybe a career, they're not so focused into buying a house, they're not so focused into making money necessarily at the beginning of their careers, but they're super focused on what I'm bringing in. They're very different. And that's what I'm always saying, and I think that's what we're doing maybe differently from other companies in Romania and also in CE region, is bringing this, it's being able to attract these very young people by letting them do it. And then to create, the bridge between the opinions and everything, it's a leader, in my opinion, should support it, definitely. So cannot be done without the leadership support, but shouldn't take it over. So we should step back and don't take it over and leave it to the people and leave it to those who need to be included, who want to include other people. And it's, if they believe it and if you recruit the right people towards this direction, then it's simply happening without necessarily being a focus. And it was very nice at the beginning because Mark Davis was mentioning it. You know, the very moment you tell a person you're different, you're unfair. Yeah, the very moment. I mean, I think that, at least in my head, that will be the moment when I consider myself to be done with this, is when I start not noticing differences anymore. And it happens. I mean, to me it happens. But it's programmatic once again. I still believe in discipline. So it's programmatic. So for me, it's a target to get there. And there are times when I'm meeting people and they are different and I don't notice even they're different. Yeah, I'm just listening to them. So that's, I think, super important. Not to take it over, to leave it to the people, but to support it, definitely, yes.
Thank you. Well, thank you all. We will start panel 2 now. And I will introduce our guests. Firstly, we have Estera Angelescu, the Recruiting and Employer Branding Director for Kaufland, Romania and Moldova. Estera was recently elected as Vice President of the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce. She joined Kaufland in 2004, and her professional career with the company reflects the success stories she encourages today through the programs and campaigns she coordinates. Since 2016, Estera has coordinated the recruitment and employer brand team in Romania and Moldova, contributing to the continuous development of one of the largest employers in the country. Sustained efforts have earned Kaufland the title of top employer for the past 6 consecutive years. Motivated by daily challenges and a dynamic work environment, Estera supports professional performance by building a shared vision in the team and ensures that each person finds their right place within the company. Our second panelist is Filip Cioban, who just told me that he is of Romanian descent, but preserved the ch sound by spelling it C-H-O-B-A-N. He is the CEO of Telios Care. He's an entrepreneur, investor, medical and financial educator, certified dementia specialist. He created one of the first telemedicine businesses in Romania with an increasing number of diverse and innovative healthcare and wellness services. His vision was as brilliant as it was simple: the provision of high quality, affordable, and sustainable healthcare services wherever, whenever, or for whomever needs them. Our third guest is Irina Crocker, Health Account Manager of MetaHelp. Irina is guided by the words of Miles Monroe: sight is a function of the eyes, but vision is a function of the heart. After gradually losing her sight in her 20s, she became a broker and a health account manager at MetaHelp International, a company providing global health insurance. She is also an ambassador of the blind community and Light into Europe Charity, an organization dealing with sight and hearing impairment. And finally, I did not see Shahjad. Is he here? Ah, there we go. Hi.
Better in the picture.
Yeah, it happens to all of us. We welcome Shahjad Rizvi, CEO of Resistant International, chairman of the Duke of Edinburgh Award, and honorary prosperity consul at the British Embassy, Bucharest. Resistant International is an innovative hygiene healthcare provider. Shahjad is also founder of Little People, an NGO that helps children with cancer in Romania and the Republic of Moldova, and he also co-founded and is chairman of the Youth Cancer Europe organization, which has become the largest youth organization of its kind in the world and the leading voice on youth cancer issues inside the European Union. Finally, Shahjad is a board member of the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce. So I welcome everybody to the stage. Thank you all for joining the panel. I sent around a list of questions that I warned the panelists I would or might ask, but the first question is not on the list, and it relates to something that was mentioned in the first introduction by one of our speakers who mentioned fear as a motivating factor of many people rejecting diversity, equity, and inclusion. But then it was discussed also in the previous panel. I want to go back to that on this panel of disability. We had a question that sort of touched on that, but I was thinking during the break of the concept of fear and discomfort around persons with disabilities. When I was 12, there was a little girl down the street who was like 7 years old who had a learning disability, severe learning disability, and she had a brain tumor. She loved to come and see me, loved to talk to me. I was so uncomfortable, I always hid when she came by. And it's embarrassing to say it, but I did not feel comfortable around her. She ultimately died of the brain tumor. It was a very sad story. But, you know, as Ella had said, children have this reaction sometimes, this innate reaction against people who are different, whatever the difference is. And I wanted to ask, and maybe start with Irina, how do we deal with that reaction among some people, this feeling of discomfort or this feeling of fear, and how do we make it work in a business environment so that the business is productive, so that persons with disabilities feel welcome and productive?
Hello everybody, first of all. Am I looking okay as I'm orienting myself towards the audience? Just super.
It's perfect.
Well, I think it's a matter of information and lack of knowledge of how we should behave around disabled people. And I felt it throughout the years. And I think people with disability have this fear of always people having misconceptions, and, you know, if I don't know how to react, better not to react at all. And for me, that was the main first lesson, that, okay, people get embarrassed, they are very clumsy, they think they will offend, therefore, ultimately they will choose not to interact or help. And in the business environment, as a personal experience at least, I was very straightforward around me and encouraging people to ask me about my disability. And you know this, how people, when they first interact with disabled, they are curious in the same time, and they are saying, well, you know, if you don't mind me asking, you know, what happened to you? And I said, well, I do mind if you don't ask. Thank you for the question. And it is important, because only this way, I think, leveling and interacting, one-on-one interaction with a disabled person can truly make the other aware of what it means, how we are, what are our specific needs. And I'm super happy all the time to express that and say, listen, if you want to interact with me and I'm on the street and I'm, you know, with a guide dog, and I'm sitting at the traffic light, and of course, Clifford doesn't know if it's red or my guide dog, red or the red light or the green one. And I'm saying, okay, so is it okay for me now to pass? Is it the green light? Oh, no, yeah, you can pass. I mean, it's red, but there's no car coming. Oh, okay. That's a no example. So I think, as you said, it's basic, comes with education. If a part of an orientation program, you know, the new employees are doing, okay? What if they would receive this kind of training? How to deal with people with disability that can be part of the company as your colleagues? I think it comes to that. It comes to having the right people to come in, to show, to talk about it, and to explain. once people have the knowledge, it's like in any case, not just in this one, they are more confident, they will relate more, they will be more empathetic.
Indeed, yeah, very, very good point. Estera, you have done an amazing job bringing into your organization, both as customers and employees, persons with disabilities, and I understand that you were not sent recruits who had disabilities. You went out there and found people. You found them, you brought them in, you made them integrate in the company. How did you do this so successfully?
Yes, thank you, and good morning, everybody. We started with Access program in Kaufland, Romania in 2019. And first of all, we wanted to ensure exactly what Irina was also saying, that our colleagues know how to deal with people with disabilities and also other groups of employees that they didn't interact before with. So what we did was actually to organize some trainings with some dedicated NGOs that helped us to understand a little bit more the needs that the people with disabilities have and what we could actually offer them when they join us in our team. So first of all, we organized these workshops. Afterwards, together also with the colleagues from sales, logistics, and all the other departments, we tried to understand which would be some roles and some positions that people with disabilities could easily do inside our business. So we defined the positions and job descriptions adapted for people with disabilities. We opened afterwards this position for candidates. And because the candidates did not really show up at our door and say, I heard that maybe Kaufland is offering some positions for us, we also had to do some marketing activities and employer branding actions so that we organized the first job fairs dedicated to people with disabilities back in 2019 in the 5 major cities of Romania and afterwards also in other smaller cities in order to interact with such people, in order to provide them with the information that they need. And we always try to get more information also from people that could tell us how to interact with them, what they need, what we can offer them. Yeah, and I was really lucky also to find one colleague for our recruitment and employer branding team. It's Delia. Maybe you have seen her also in Marco's presentation, and I'm lucky to have her in our team now for 2 years. She also taught us a lot in this process, and I'm really, really lucky to have her in our team.
Great. So a team, a well-prepared strategy for bringing people in. Shahjad, any thoughts?
So, first and foremost, so whenever there's an event in diversity, and I always put my hand up to try and be included or attend, because I always look for color in the room. Now that may sound strange, us being in Romania, because we're not used to colorful people. We are very colorful people, but you know what I mean. So I think it's very important, I know it's on disability, but we have that mindset on inclusion across the board, not just in disability, but color, creed, religion, and of course, your sexual orientation or what community you belong to. But on the subject of disability, so who's under 45 in the room? Put your hands up, I want to see. Who's on? Wow, great. So swipe on Tinder, right? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm a married man. My wife would kill me. So, according to the EU, you are defined as a young person. Did you know that? Okay, hands up if you're over 45. Yeah, you're fucked. Sorry. We're just old. Sorry. But did you know what the leading cause of death from 0 to 45 is in the EU? Okay, suicide, homicide, cancer. Interesting, no? So, do you know what the leading cause of disability is? 0 to 45 in the EU. Not Africa, not Asia, not the Americas, where we live. Any guesses? Well, it's cancer, okay? So when you look at it like that, you go, well, all of a sudden, having companies prepared, having companies with a policy to accept, having companies with a willingness to adapt and to adopt makes sense. Why? Because it's your workforce. So it's something you are doing, thank God, but you should be doing anyhow, because if you look at the statistics, plus 45, it's 1 in 2 will have a cancer diagnosis in their lifetime. That's the EU average, okay? So it's, my thoughts are, companies, and congratulations Kaufland, because your presentation, or Marco was extremely sexy when he took off his whatchamacallit. He used to be as fat as me. Last time I saw your CEO, he had a tummy. Now, his tummy has moved to his biceps. And I'm like, wow. But anyhow, regardless of how he looks, having companies like Kaufland actually, and I'm not kissing your ass here, setting a benchmark, hopefully will inspire other companies to do the same, to be prepared. Not just prepared, to actually take action. And one last comment, please. You need to ensure that corporates, and I think all the corporate people have left, right? Google's not here. Who else is not here? And thank God Kaufland are here. Okay, but they should be hearing this. When it comes to sponsorship, and that's a big, who's in the NGO world in the community here? There's a few of us, okay. So we're always begging for money. I mean, look at me. I look like the beggar, and I am a beggar. But when it comes to sponsorship, think about what gets the most sponsorships in Romania. What? Sport. But disabled people do sport too, right? And they actually win medals at Olympics, right? So how come they're never sponsored by the big corporations? Good. But tell your mates, tell your supply chain, and tell your partners, because that needs to change as well.
Thank you. So Philip, we already heard a bit about how disability can be created by disease, and you run Telios. Tell us a bit about your company and how you have reached out to persons with disabilities, both in the workforce and in your customer base.
Okay, thank you. First of all, for all of you that the royalist, I feel like King Charles up here right now. So. Okay, for all the rest of you, I won't comment. Okay, on that. Okay, and Kaufland, by the way, you've been an example for us ever since we began.
Thank you.
That's one of the reasons why our mindset is in the direction.
Thank you very much.
That it is. Okay, I've been admiring you since many, many years. Okay, so, and you're right, he did lose weight.
Because he has time to go to the gym, because he has a diverse team.
He looked like you?
What?
No.
In my dreams.
Okay, sorry about that. I always like to start with it a little bit because I loosen up a little bit too, everything. When I became, I'll tell you a little story of why I came back first of all right? I am Romanian. My grandparents immigrated to the States in 1898. Okay, so many, many years ago. My grandfathers were very colorful characters, I'll call them, okay? And now I understand why they didn't get along here, even back then, okay? Interesting, but we'll actually pass that, okay? I came back here in 1990 originally. I married a girl, I stayed here through 97. I married a girl from Cluj, actually, in 1997. I took her back to the States then, and it was only for a visit, but after 3 months, she goes, I don't want to go back. Okay, so wasn't a great surprise then or everything. In 2004, though, at the age of 44, she developed an early onset Alzheimer's. So by 2006, she didn't know who I was anymore or anything. So 2007, after about a year of her seeing her bag packed every night, being by the front door, and I'd ask her, "Unde te duci?" Where are you going? La mama. So after all of that, we picked up, we moved back. I was very blessed to be able to move back, having been an entrepreneur my whole life. I was prepared with the ups and downs and all of the financial responsibilities, everything. So moving back to Cluj was not a huge effort. I had income, everything I could ask for. Soon as we moved back here, she knew where she was, she knew her mother, she knew her uncle, she knew her aunt, she knew everybody here. So it was a great move for me. So after taking care of her from 2006, by when we moved back here, through 2015 when she passed away, it was hell on wheels, excuse the Americanisms, okay, a little bit. It was very, very difficult to actually get a doctor then, everything. So I had a preliminary view of what a disability, even though it wasn't a common one, what a disability felt like here in having to take care of somebody for all the years that I did, and not having any responses to her. This is primarily how Telios was born, and this is primarily, and again, actually because of Kaufland, a lot of this, because of the mindsets, that we wanted to provide everybody with a quality service that served not only if you were a blue-collar worker, a white-collar worker, blind, can't walk, can't speak, can't hear, doesn't matter what, we wanted to make everything equal. And just to give you a little bit more background, I'm the oldest in the room, for sure, all right? I was born in 1950, all right? So I saw a lot of this in the States. I saw civil rights. I saw the gay movements. I saw the transgender movements. I saw everything that everybody could ever experience in their life, okay? I saw actually the fires during the racial movements back in 1968 there, everything, okay? So when I came here, nothing fazed me of that, and I didn't even think twice about when I met Irina and her sister, Sylvia, okay? When Sylvia and I began to talk, I said, I want her. I want her to be part of our team. And some people did say, but she's blind. And I said, yeah, and that means what? Well, how is she going to do this? How is she going to make sales calls and everything? I said, it's easy. She has more instinct built into her than all of us combined do. Just because you may be deficient in one part of sight, hearing, physical, okay, you make up for it in more ways. And I have to congratulate, by the way, Sylvia is our #1 salesperson, okay? She has opened up more. She has opened up more accounts on her own than even the second best one, and that's me. Okay. And Colleen, he's not here at this point in time. Okay, but look, I have an excuse. I was trained in the States. Okay, and we're the best BSers around. It's okay. Okay. and that. She's done more to promote us, and her sister, Irina, also, who, by the way, her and her husband, okay, what's your name? Charlie. Okay, I can do that. I'm getting old, okay? I am their Nash, too, okay? And I'm proud of that, too, okay? Because it really gives me something to talk about. It gives me something to be proud about. It gives all of us something that we can say, look, if it can be done there, it can be done anywhere.
Thank you. I will stay with you a moment and ask you, what are the biggest barriers in Romania to finding persons with disabilities of all types as employees?
The biggest barrier is not knowing enough about the ecosystem here that can promote the people with the disabilities, that can promote, and what I mean by promote is to make aware, okay? Like when we began, okay? Look, sitting down is really hell for me, by the way. Okay, so if I stand up and walk around, I hope you don't mind. Okay,
no, go ahead.
There's a lot of barriers here because awareness. When we began, and Shahzad can tell you all also, okay, with his efforts for cancer, everything too, the awareness here, the ecosystem that promotes awareness doesn't exist yet. It's in an infantile stage. For telehealth, for us right now, okay, number one is mental health here right now. Our number one usage every month is mental health. Why? Because people don't know that they have so many resources that they can go to and solve, how do I want to say, difficulties that they may have in their life. And this just boils all the way down or up to awareness. And there are people that you can hire, and all of you are here because you have an interest in this. There are people there that you can hire, but besides knowing Irina and Sylvia and Camelia, let's say, okay, and her efforts to promote this, you know very little that there are associations available to you, that you can find people that will fit in very, very well and promote and probably do a better job than almost anybody you have.
Thank you. Shahzad, since you were tapped by Philip.
Yeah, so I've been in Romania since the revolution, so that's 1990. So we tend to forget that Romania, if you were disabled or you had a disability, often you were abandoned or you were locked up. We have come a long way since then, thank God. But one thing that we tapped into and we saw that was a real lack in Romania was community building. So when we work in every cancer hospital in the country. We stayed in contact with the patients at childhood, these are kids. Okay, we stayed in contact, we built a community, that community became very, very large. It's something that Camelia has done also very successfully within her NGO, and other NGOs the same. So I would implore employees, but the thing is, the NGO world is the coalface, right? And as everyone knows in the NGO world, it's very difficult to get the attention you deserve publicly, because there's so many forces out there, or there's so many people with money that can pay for advertisements, or they have a certain political leaning or backing, or a former minister that's involved, that they get the attention that they don't necessarily deserve. That's not where the communities are. The communities really are grassroots organizations. So I would employ employers, if they are looking, maybe you've already found, to seek out those grassroots NGOs that really are at the coalface and tap into their communities. We have over 2,000 young people who have survived cancer in Romania. We have the largest community in Europe. Kami, I know, has the largest database of young people with disabilities probably in this part of Romania. But I don't know if any corporate has ever come to you saying, no, same with us. No, and I know children and young people who one day have a leg and the next day have no legs. Imagine if you're a young lady and you lose both limbs at 15. So, you know, please tap into our communities.
Thank you. Esther, I see you're looking to speak.
Yes, I also wanted to mention some of the challenges that we faced implementing access. One of them was the accessibility. For example, for people in wheelchair that we want to hire, but for them it's really, really hard to reach us. And we try to make some partnerships with NGOs also. I must also say here that there are a lot of NGOs appearing on the market, but they are not always the most reliable partners for us. So there are also a lot of scams on the market. I'm sorry to tell this, but we faced a lot of situations like this as well. And for us, it's also important to find the right partners that we can count on, that we can build with. So yes, we are open to make such partnerships. Also, if there are some among you that would like to do that, we are open for partnerships. Because only with partnerships we can grow access, and it's our duty also, as Marco said, we share this direction and this vision to have more colleagues with disabilities among our team. Yes, so accessibility would be for me one of the points. And I also include here for accessibility also the access to social life, because I don't think there are enough options for people with disabilities to get social. And if they don't get social, there are even less chances that they get employed.
You mean in their personal lives, being at
Yes.
home and not, yeah. Irina, it looks like you were ready to speak up.
Yes, I wanted to say exactly that. To confirm what Estera said, I think the less sociable you are as a disabled person, less chances to really integrate in a community. And I felt it. I consider myself a very sociable person. And when I entered the MediHealth International, I was, in a new environment. And I wouldn't say I struggled, because the team embraced me, really, truly embraced me and understood, and they were curious, and they still are there all the time. So I never felt like, I'm a burden. But I've noticed something which should be raised. It's happening. The pandemic changed that when people started working remote, and all of a sudden I realized after maybe 1 year, going back to the office, occasionally, I noticed myself. All of a sudden, I was not comfortable. First of all, the location was different. It was difficult to do the map. I needed focus working on a computer. For the one that don't know how a visually impaired person is working on the computer, they have a soft screen reader, and you need privacy, you need to focus, you can't be distracted by conversation around you. But what I understood is that even for the most sociable people, and I was raised in that spirit, and I'm very happy with that. I was very blessed with that. I'm one of the lucky ones, okay? But even if I was so affected by it, can you imagine what the others are going through? I mean, and this needs to be addressed, and maybe in terms of accommodating disabled people that have potential, they are from that pool of workforce that is valuable, okay? Maybe doing programs like internships, just shadowing, just getting used to the environment. Is it fit for me? What kind of skills do I have? Would I adapt to this world? I want to know this world. So maybe introduce them in programs like that, just not necessarily being hired at the beginning, but at least get a touch of what it means to be in that kind of environment, workplace environment.
That's a great point about internships. And I'm asking myself, how do we address the situation of isolation? Because to some extent, if people are isolated, we can't reach them. How do we bust this paradigm of isolation? Is there a role for the state? Is there a role for businesses, schools? What do you think, Irina?
I think it's education first. Mm-hmm. It's encouraging. I think it's NGOs are doing a great thing because NGOs are specific to different kind of categories, okay? And they are doing as much as they can to take them out of that space. But at the end of the day, is forcing them, however uncomfortable it is, to force them to come out of the comfort zone. Otherwise, I don't see how. But anyway, we have this tendency, but just not to push ourselves at all, because there is this discussion. We have to create positions for the disabled people, but I think we need to meet them halfway as disabled community. I think we need to put more effort into that. Unfortunately, and I'm sure I'm not going to be popular for what I'm going to say, but it's my belief, and I'm doing this training programs and awareness workshop exactly to empower people with disability to stand up more, to be more proactive, because they don't necessarily are, and these expectations that they should receive help all the time, and it's coming from a paradigm that should be changed, because if you want to be treated like equal, and our whole, let's say, context in Romania right now, people are good, business world is trying, okay, and it's really succeeding. But I think it takes two to make it work. I think we should really pull it through towards integration more and being more visible. I mean, having the guts and the audacity to be out there more visible, more present in the activities, in having the confidence, actually, having the belief, and comes down to education. It's all about that. You're confident.
Excellent point. Estera?
I also agree with what you are saying, but I think there also should come a little bit more help from the law itself. Yeah. Because the laws, how they are built right now, they give a minimum of comfort, let's say it like this, although it's not the right word. And the people usually feel comfortable only inside the family, and they are not somehow given a real opportunity to go and seek for a job and get the money for the job they are doing, probably very well, because they get a minimum of wage just staying at home with their families. And they are not thought that there is also another way to do it. Because a lot of people, as an example, also ask us when they come for a recruitment interview, okay, I would like to try to work with you. I saw the environment, because we show them the environment at the beginning as far as we can. But do I lose my money that I get from the state? Although it's a really little amount. Do I lose it? But how do I get it back? Because this getting it back seems really complicated for them. And if I don't fit in, because they have also their fears, I want that list of money to be given back to me. What do I do? How do I do it?
Sounds like
these are questions that should be clarified, and there we really need.
Sorry to interfere. The state allowance is there regardless if you have an employee status or not. So even this is why I'm saying that you improve your life, because on top of having the state allowance, which will never be lost unless in the future you will no longer have a disability. So help us God. But it's not. It's actually encouraging leading a better life.
Maybe they can get both, like having it.
They can, because I'm getting it. I'm a lucky winner of a state allowance as well.
Yeah, I think it also depends on the grade of disability that someone has.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, and the idea is that this should be also better communicated to them. So I think there is also potential in communication.
I think
and PR of the rights with people with disabilities.
Yeah.
we have some topics for our disability task force, I think, with the chamber as well, which we need to chew on.
Did you write them down? So
I've been writing-
that
I've
we
been
can
notes-
address
taking
them.
notes. Shahjad, I have a question. Working remotely has, I think, in some ways, been a benefit for a lot of people who have difficulty getting to work, maybe with children at home or disabilities or otherwise. On the other hand, I think there are definitely downsides to it. You're losing a culture of the office and the company. On balance, do you think that working remotely is going to be beneficial for persons with physical disabilities, I should say, in particular? Or is it going to be worse because they'll be isolated more?
Well, it all depends on the person, doesn't it? I mean, look, the most sociable person on this panel is this beautiful young lady in the middle who happens to be married to that very charming young man over there with no hair. So it really does depend on the person. So, look, I'm not disabled. I'm just very fat. Well, that's another topic.
There is a chance.
Yes, thank you. But I have a funny life. Okay, I do a lot of things. I'm not being boastful.
I saw your CV. You have amazing CV, yeah.
So I run a multi-million-dollar company, which I pretty much started up. And we've valued 2 weeks ago at 30 million, but we started the company 6 years ago. Okay, but I also run 3 NGOs as a chair on a voluntary position, and I do that all from my desk in my house, and occasionally fly to meetings in Cluj-Napoca. I'm from London. It's not like I'm a brown person with a great accent. No, I'm from London, where there's global warming, as you can see. It's my suntan. So it depends on the person. But the thing, this is the most important thing about disability is...
It depends on the person.
Yes, you hire because they're able to do the job. There's nothing like a poor me hire, and that is so demotivating. And just one thing I wanted to mention on our talks was, yes, this meeting has been exceptional. You brought in some fantastic speakers. You've got a great audience. Policymakers, are they in the room?
We have someone from the state.
We do?
I don't know
Who? Government. Oh, well done. Thank you so much. Yeah. Bring your whole office next time. Because what we do need to be doing is changing that. And I know there's a task force, but us as chambers need to work together to really lobby government with corporates. They generate the taxes that pay their bills. Thank you.
Very good point. And you echoed what the German ambassador had mentioned earlier, that this is, whether it's for persons with disabilities or any person, this is not mercy we're showing. It has to work. It has to be good for business. It has to be good for them, for the employer. I think we have time actually only for one last question. We end at, it's 12:30, is that right? Yeah, okay. And then we'll open the floor to questions. But Philip, I wanted to ask you, looking at the other side of the equation, what are companies doing right and doing wrong? What is your company doing right and doing wrong to find customers among the population of persons with disabilities? Employees is one thing, customers is quite another.
Oh, God, that's a loaded question. Okay. Again, awareness is such a key factor in what anybody does. Shahzad, you hit a point, and I have to I have to regress a little bit too, okay? Working in a remote situation is up to the individual also. It's the personality of the individual. It's what they feel comfortable with. Some people are going to feel more comfortable at home. Some people like to go out and meet and be one-on-one. Some people are more remote. Some are actually, how do you want to say it? Gregarious, okay, as I am, okay, I'll say that. Problem is for us in finding people that we want to serve, okay, is making the communities such as the blind, such as the deaf, such as any of them, getting to the communities and educating them about what we do, about the fact that you can be invalid, you can be sitting at home, you can be wheelchair bound, you can be any type of disability, and you can still have top level care in life, from mental health all the way down to nutrition, any of those, okay? It's been very difficult for us to reach the communities. Actually, Camellia was our first one effort back in 2019 as a reach. And now we're reaching actually the diabetic community, the obese community, the cancer community, thanks actually to Shazad too, okay, in that end of it. But getting there was such a difficult journey because the people who are even directing some of these particular communities are very difficult to get to and very difficult to understand, very difficult to even educate, to get them to know what others are doing. Not only me, but Kaufland, Shazad, the rest of us that are combined, Perry also, the rest of us that are trying to make people aware that there's other methods of achieving all goals. This was a hurdle for us, and actually still is. It's been, and it will be, unfortunately.
Thank you. Irina, how do you as MetaHelp reach out to customers with disabilities? Is this a special task force or a special program you have? Do you have a differentiation? How do you find them?
Well, actually, it's very difficult to, let's say, include necessarily all of them in the target audience, because the type of product and services we are providing, being premiums, they are maybe not necessarily affordable for everybody, and that makes it very tough from that perspective. I know that the president of the company, Tal, was very focused on approaching more the disabled community from an employee point of view, saying that, if you've done it, and this is still a project that needs to take place, to be able to bring more people, if I'm able to do sales, okay, and I don't need my site, and in fairness, it comes down to what the company is willing to do to give you a reasonable accommodation, okay? So I never asked, but they offered the PA, just acknowledging my strengths, skills. This is why, seeing that I was able to perform, encourage the company and their vision to actually move it forward. And and it's not easy. This is what I wanted to say. It's a reality. It's not at all easy to find people that would like to be a broker and work in this kind of industry, insurance industry. So I think MediHelp is approaching this from the employee status more than from the customer one.
Esther, I think you've had both approaches, and you've I think been quite successful as you have with employees. Tell us a bit about what you're doing for customers.
Yes, I would like to answer your question regarding going two sides. First of all, we try to be more accessible for people with disabilities, customers with disabilities inside our stores. So all our new stores starting 2019 have special cash registers. On the one hand, for our employees that need more space in order so the people in wheelchair, for example, they need like double the space for a cash register than the normal cash registers are. And we put such cash registers in our stores in Romania and also in Moldova.
How many stores do you have them in so far? I'm curious. What percentage are you
of cash registers for people with disabilities? There are around 16 at this point. But all the new stores are getting this. It's like becoming a standard, and all the old ones will get one when they will remodel, because the remodeled one once in some years.
I imagine if someone needs that kind of checkout facility, they're going to go to Kaufland because other
Yes, but
stores
for
don't
the
have
checkout,
it, right?
there are even more cash registers. So the ones that I was mentioning now are just for the employees. So they are like double the space. On the other hand, for our customers, we also have like 60 stores with special going out cash registers for people that are, for example, in wheelchair and want to buy products from our stores.
Do you find that builds loyalty among family members who found their relatives ignored for years, and now the relatives can go out and pick up groceries themselves? How does this fan out with the rest of the customer base?
Yeah, we have good feedback, but we have to improve more. So it's a lot more to be done. And we are working directly with our colleagues from construction department and also from sales in order to ensure this. Besides these cash registers that I mentioned, we also look that our sites are more accessible, so our internet sites. That's why we will run some auditing this year for our career site, but also we will try to do it for our customer site, so that people that are not able maybe to access all the information that are written there also can much easily do that. And I think that, we need partners in these things. They are new to us too. So we did not go this path once so that we know how to do it. But the thing within our team, and which I'm really grateful for, is that we try new stuff. As also Marco said, we are a creative company and really try to push the boundaries as much as we can.
I'm sure Kaufland is an example. Kaufland, Romania, and Moldova is an example for the region as well, for your other stores. Shahzad, any other comments from you?
No, I'm just such a lot to digest, really. I don't have anything. I always like it when people ask questions.
I will open the floor to questions then. Okay, I'll start with this side.
Hi, my name is Anka Batashoya. I'm an employment lawyer. Back in the days I was working with Barry. I don't know if you remember me, back in the sailors' days. Anyway, I don't really have a question, just maybe an idea about, how you empower, people to try to achieve something beyond their disability. And I just want to give you a couple of examples, because I think what you can do is use some very nice examples of people who have succeeded beyond their disability and have them speak to other people and show them that they can actually do it. And here I can give you two examples. One is a very dear friend of mine. Maybe you have heard of him, Mihaița Papară, who is a legal advisor in the day-to-day life, and he is a Paralympic snowboarder. He had an accident and lost one of his legs, but still he made it to the Paralympics, and I think he's a very good example that can be used, to show that you can actually make it. And then I think you know Teddy Necula, who is quite a famous director, and I think he is a very good example and a very good, let's say, tool, if you allow me this word, to prepare campaigns, because he's actually doing that. He's directing campaigns to motivate disabled people.
We work with him.
Okay, so you know him very well, yes. So that's my share of ideas.
I promised you the microphone earlier, so here you go.
Thank you. I actually wanted to address a topic that we haven't talked about so far, which is the new narrative around automation, robotics, and AI, and the potential opportunities, but also risks that all of this poses, especially on vulnerable communities, on people with disabilities. So I'm curious your perspectives on how do we position this with companies, because just talking about the business value of hiring people with disabilities will not be enough, because automation, robotics, and AI provides a lot more economic value. And then on the other side, for people with disabilities, kind of to the earlier point, how do we help them not lose hope in this new reality? How do we help them be comfortable with this new reality and help them have the courage to still try out, to still want to take part in the workplace and bring all of the human value that they have?
I think I have a nice example for you. I hope that it will also answer your question. I was mentioning Delia, our colleague, earlier, and we had 1 week ago, we had a workshop together inside the team about the new challenges that AI will bring to us, and we tested together some of the solutions with somebody who is much into AI than we are. And I must say that it is important also for her and also for us to know what's behind AI, what AI does, help them develop, as also all the other colleagues, because only if they understand what it's done via AI and how we can work with AI, I think that we can develop. So the idea is that knowing what AI does and knowing to use AI, also for us and also for people with disabilities, will bring us together further. And I think that one doesn't exclude the other. So
I would add, that's exactly right. I would add that we can see it as a tool, provided we know how to use it. And I think us as disabled people, having different challenges, let's say, we are extremely lucky to be living in this technology era. I wouldn't be able to do my job, honestly, if I wouldn't have the technology as a tool to help me feel as confident as any other of my colleagues. So I think for us it is important to have a tool to be informed and be quickly informed, just keep up with what's happening. I think that is important, but I do understand your point as well. And it's the human touch. And it's losing confidence that we bring any value in terms of expertise. And you're right. But I say, like in everything, we have to choose the positive benefits of the AI.
Thank you. One last word.
I'm going to sound like a dinosaur, and I don't like the term new reality. We've been aware of this new reality, quote unquote. There's more job vacancies in the UK, where I'm from, than there are people that can work. Hiring people in Romania is an utter nightmare. You can't find anyone at any level. So yeah, maybe there was a reality we should fear or we should be aware of, but it hasn't kicked in yet. And I don't know when or if it will, honestly.
Thank you very much. So thank you to everybody on panel 2. Really appreciate your input. Let's have a big hand.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry, Philip.
Can I say one more thing? I just want to relate this. This is a story that I relate to all of my students, where I teach at the medical school in Cluj too. I was blessed enough to have a mentor in life. He was a Polish Jew, survived the camps, taught me the biggest lesson in my life. There's two types of people throughout the world: those that give, those that take. If you're a taker, you're called a me. Me, yo, 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 yo. If you're a giver, give with all your heart. Never expect anything in return. Because when, not if, when you get something in return, that's a gift from God.
Thank you. All right. Now we reach our third panel. I hope there is protection on the ceiling because I think there'll be fireworks, so there may be some damage from that. Oh, before I move on, by the way, I wanted to ask Camelia Platt to stand up, please. Light into Europe, an amazing foundation, and I understand from time to time they need families to host puppies, yeah? So I will give you the mic because it's a wonderful program, and I saw you were looking for families just a couple of months ago, I think.
Yeah, even this, yes, it's all right. Well, thank you for the opportunity of attending your conference. We at Light into Europe have been, in whole modesty, as Mr. Rizvi as well said, champions of inclusion of people with disabilities. We started in 2014 the first disability awareness training program in companies with Mega Image, and I have to say not many companies are interested to learn about disabilities, so it's great to see, you know, other voices and the voice of people with disabilities saying the same thing. We're doing lots of things to do with inclusion of blind people and deaf people in Romania. It took us about 15 years to advocate for the Romanian Sign Language law, to see it as a natural language of our deaf people in Romania. That happened in February 2020. But we also have an amazing guide dog program for the blind. Irina is one of them, but she felt shy not to bring the dog with her today. Yes, but with 70 dogs in the program, these special dogs that are trained by my colleagues to perform everything with their sight that a blind person can't do. But they need enthusiastic volunteers, families, to get that environment where they are going to work. And we've got 10 puppies, the Generation F, and we're still looking for volunteers to be trained by our team to give them the best love, care, and I can tell you they give you back tons of love and fun. To see more blind people, more active, more enthusiastic, and most importantly, to break that cycle that I think Estera was talking, that learned helplessness that the system puts in their lives. The fact that we are here today, and it's only a couple of people with disabilities, and we are all able people, is it shows how much work we have to do in terms of qualifications, in terms of specializations, because we need to become specialists in their disability as well as having good services and products like guide dogs. You know, talking brands and business, guide dogs globally is the biggest disability inclusion brand. We have 70 guide dogs in Romania, and none of the companies, and I'm talking here none, is interested to make guide dogs a brand associated with them. We have pockets, we have ambassadors, we have banks like Raiffeisen board who's doing it as their team project. But we need the commitment of the big companies to develop these projects to see inclusion happening on the day-to-day life. So come and talk to me if you want to know about guide dogs, if you want to know about disability awareness in your teams and accessibility. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Camelia. All right, let's move on. We have 4 guests on this panel. The first I'd like to introduce is Melissa Engelhardt-Verdejo, Inclusion and Finance Associate from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. She focuses on leveraging the bank's investments and policy engagement to achieve more equality of opportunity and promote human capital development in both developing and emerging economies across Central Asia, Middle East, North Africa, and Europe. Before joining EBRD, Melissa worked on economic, data, and political analyses, as well as serving as manager of a think tank. Melissa holds an MSc from the London School of Economics and a BA from University of St. Gallen. Our second guest is my colleague from Dentons, Madalina Mihai. She is our Inclusion and Diversity Coordinator for Europe, and she is part of our Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity team at Dentons Europe with 10 years experience in IDE, corporate communication, marketing, and NGO work. She's leading social and cultural rights advocacy and inclusion programs with a focus on intersectionality for women, LGBTQI, and minority groups. As a trained mental health first aider, she is passionate about creating safe spaces for employees to ensure they can speak openly and freely about their experiences. Our third guest is Adrian Tudor, President of Platforma RSL, and also CEO of one of our sponsors. Yeah. Adrian Tudor is a law graduate, dedicated advocate for social change, currently serves as president of RSL's civic platform in Romania. With a strong background in human rights, particularly focused on Roma minority issues, Adrian's work has been instrumental in driving the organization's mission forward. Experienced in both business and communications, he's consistently involved in innovative content production and new technologies to engage with communities and promote a more inclusive dialogue. With the engagement of Adrian, the RSL Civic Platform continues to be one of the most vocal and most relevant voices for Roma in Romania and makes a tangible impact on the lives of Romania's marginalized populations. And finally, last but not least, Florina Prasada, who is the Executive Director of Accept. Florina started working with Accept on the implementation of the European Court of Human Rights decisions on sexual orientation and gender identity after 15 years of activity for human rights, including as an ally of the LGBTQIA+ community in Romania, both in civil society and in parliament. As a civic activist, Florina advocated for equal marriage rights and protection for transgender persons. As a member of the Romanian Parliament from 2016 to 2020, she supported legislation for equal family rights for LGBTQI+ persons and strongly opposed initiatives aimed at restricting equality, such as bans on the freedom to marry or bills proposed by the anti-gender movement. I welcome everybody on stage. So, I think this will be my favorite panel to moderate because I'm so political and watching the news almost on a daily or weekly or a daily or hourly basis rather. So I was having a conversation with Ambassador Hayden at our RDCC General Assembly, and I at a certain point in life I truly believed we were probably in the 90s at a place in society where we were only going on a straight linear line of progression and things looked great, people were making progress, LGBTQ plus were being given more rights, persons with disabilities, with gender equality, persons of different ethnicities. I don't believe that anymore, unfortunately, and I fear there's a huge backsliding and a backlash in many ways simply because people use buzzwords for political purposes. I'll start with you, Florina, to address this very kind of volatile issue and get your thoughts on this. Are we progressing? Are we reverting? Is it a little of both?
First of all, I want to say thank you to the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce for putting together the whole event. And I want to thank you for your presence here and for the contributions to the discussion. I hope to bring new perspective to this conversation. Thank you for putting it up here. And will talk both as an activist and a former member of the Romanian parliament. I would like to define what politicization means first, in my own understanding. To me, it means using or weaponizing different communities or minorities for electoral gains. Using the LGBT community for electoral gains is not new. It happened. LGBT persons became targets of hate campaigns through the years, and it is something that is ongoing. I will name the anti-gender movement as a new addition to the political scene. They're different from other movements. They started to gain traction around 2010, and they've been growing. This rhetoric against LGBTI persons is easy to use during an electoral campaign. Politicians are calculators of potential electoral gains, of potential votes, and weaponizing the LGBTIQ community is one of the easiest and most tempting electoral strategies. And I would say why. First of all, we're talking about a minority, and in politicians' minds, that means that, okay, if I lose minority votes, that might mean that I'm gaining majority votes. That's one way of putting it. And second, who's going to protest against me as a politician, as a populist politician, using the rights of this community or the whole community? Who's going to care? Who's going to care if I'm turning and using LGBTI rights in my electoral campaign? And these are two very important questions because they will lead us to possible actions of counteracting these movements. I was mentioning the anti-gender movement because through the years they diversified their rhetoric. They talk about protecting children's rights when actually what they aim for is censorship or invisibility and marginalization of the LGBTIQ community. They talk about caring about children and protecting families, but actually they're after restricting or eliminating sexual and reproductive rights for women. They talk about protecting youth, and actually they advocate for withdrawal from international treaties such as the Istanbul Convention. It's important to be aware of all these rhetorics because they're linked. And because we have to be aware of how these messages circulate and how they can influence political decisions.
It is a deep cynicism in many respects, because I'm sure when you've spoken one-on-one with many politicians, they will tell you I have no problem with LGBTQI persons, but when it comes to vote, you see the result.
Fortunately, in Romania, we managed to avoid some serious backlash in the recent years. I'm thinking about the referendum organized in 2018 at the coalition, at the initiative of the Coalition for Family. And even the name, the Coalition for Family, is actually misleading, and it's designed this way. It's designed to be appealing to some core values of society. Our research shows that Romanians care deeply about their families. And the anti-gender movement has been very active in researching and drafting their messages in a way that speaks to the majority of the Romanian society. There is another thing. As you said, Perry, in the beginning, we thought that rights and equality are here to stay. And what we've seen in the last 10, 15 years is that actually we have to be on the lookout for enemies of our rights. We have to be constantly advocating for our rights and defending them. I'm one of the persons who thinks the only way is forward, but the way forward is bumpier and longer than we hoped for, unfortunately.
I remember a year ago at our last year conference, one of the guests had mentioned that there was a conference of Roma business persons in, was it Iași perhaps, or a town in the northeast, and when they actually showed up to use the room that they had reserved, the manager of the hotel said, "I'm sorry, we don't allow you here, we don't allow Roma." In the year 2022, again, I'm not part of the Roma community, and maybe I was naive, but it shocked me. Should that have shocked me, Adi? Where do we stand in terms of ethnic relations?
Well, first, thank you so much for inviting me here. That shouldn't shock you. Well, it should shock you if you are a normal thinking person, but it shouldn't shock you because of the climate in Romania. And why that happens is, no, what the effect of that is that Roma oftentimes disregard themselves as Roma. They want to renounce their ethnicity because of stuff like that. We just had a census last year, 2022. The results, Roma population, something under 600,000 ethnic Roma in Romania.
600,000 declared.
Yeah. The estimates of both the Romanian government, World Bank, the European Commission, whatever institution that is good with estimates, says it's at least 2 million. And that case is especially exactly why that happens, because you know it is impossible to obtain a seat at the table, to obtain equal treatment if you are Roma. So this goes many ways. This goes to offer young Roma from communities a lack of perspective. You do not have good Roma role models, because once they become CEOs, once they become doctors, once they become whatever important position that you can brag and say that guy is a Roma. You ask him and says, no, I'm not the Roma. You can see these huge artists that you know they are Roma. But other than Connector, not many say they are Roma. And when Connector did it, he had an avalanche of hate and contracts dropped and everything like that. So this is one of the struggles of being Roma. People love their ethnicity, love their family, but have to hide it in public. They know it is impossible to achieve success. And again, we are here with leaders of corporations, leaders of business, leaders of government, and thank you so much for being here. At an Equity and Diversity and Inclusion conference, I do not see many people with my complexion. And why is that? Either because if they are too visibly Roma, it is extremely hard to go, or they are not. I don't know. Maybe you can answer me that. Maybe you, the business representatives, can answer me why this room, when the estimates go that up to 10% of the population unofficially is Roma, only one Roma I see here, my friends from Redi.
Well, it's a really, really good question. I could just throw in, before I move on to Melissa, I will throw in an anecdote from one of our recruiters. I have asked since I took over as managing partner in 5 years, why is it that the recruiter never sent any Roma candidates or candidates with disabilities? Never once. And we see hundreds and hundreds of candidates, and the answer was, we only send the very best. And I said, well, that's statistically impossible. It is statistically impossible. It would be like, winning the €1 billion lottery, more than that. I mean, the odds are, it's impossible. So, we all need to do better on recruiting. The recruiters need to do better, because we want our company to look like our clients to look like the people, to look like the country. We have a long way to go with that. Melissa, from EBRD's perspective, you cover a wide geography, a very wide geography, from Central Asia to Central Eastern Europe to North Africa. Where do you see, which direction, backwards, forwards, sideways, many countries heading on ED&I?
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the invite and also for the question. I mean, as you said, we cover such a large geography that we have seen waves of different politics since our existence. And in the end, what it comes down to, and what we say as well, is do you want human capital development in your economies? If you want human capital development in your economies, you need to be able to actually make use of your human capital in the country. And you were saying, if you cannot identify, or if you don't feel free to identify, for example, as an LGBTI, as a Roma in a room, then you don't make use of that person the same way that you make use of someone who, let's say, meets the standard average in another country. And this means that you're not tapping into your human capital. And when you ask me, where are we moving across all these geographies? I think I'm an optimist. I think we are still moving forward. But it's a bit of a dance, and we have to push to dance forward. Because yes, some of our countries, we see that the politics are reversing. But we also see in other countries that they are making moves slowly and steadily. And what we can be very lucky, call ourselves lucky, is that the younger generations are all much more interconnected than the older generations. And even if we are making 2 steps forward and 1 step back, the younger generation will be those that push, I think, us in the end 2 steps forward. And that's my hope. Yeah. It also means that we really have to make this, or we actually have to support this movement. So we have to support this movement from the bottom up and from the top up. We work as EBRD, we work with companies to show them the economic worth and the value of really making use of their diverse populations. Because we have, no matter in which country we are, they always tell us about their problems in actually accessing a skilled workforce. And then we look at the companies and then we see, okay, so you have 25% women, for example, and this goes down in certain industries even much more, or you have very few people with disabilities. And when we always hear about certain criteria that they do not meet, which is why they cannot work in certain occupations. But then we also ask them, maybe you have to adapt the occupations in a way that they are suitable for all people. And in the end, really make use of the workforce that you have in a country, but also the workforce that you have in your company already. Because if I cannot feel comfortable to be in a room, or if I always have to think of, I don't want someone to find out that I am whatever you want to put in there, then you cannot concentrate 100% on the task in front of you. And this is the work that we actually work and that we engage it with a lot of companies to show them the worth and also the economic value of actually investing into the people and the human capital.
Thank you, Melissa. Madalena, from your perspective in the perch of working for a professional services firm, with a geography from Central Asia to Western Europe and Southern Europe and Turkey as well, what is your perspective? And I also asked the question as to whether you see fatigue with ED&I initiatives, because that has been asked, I know, at our Global Inclusion Diversity Council where I'm a member.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone, and thank you for having me. I feel very inspired by the previous conversation, so thank you to everyone that's still here. I'm very happy to be part of the conversation. Yeah, let me maybe just share with a story and put it a little bit in the background. So I'm Romanian, but I've been, how we would call it, pre-bag, or like a wanderer for the last 10 years or so, just living in different parts of Europe. And for the last 5, and I see Bartek is back in the room, hi, in Poland. And I've been just living through the culture and having various experiences. And while I was getting more accustomed to everything that was happening in Poland and in Central Europe specifically, yeah, I just had so many conversations with people from different backgrounds regarding this diversity fatigue and how we can continue to fight for advancing human rights, basically, because I don't think it's a given. I think we perceive it as being a given, but it's definitely not a given. And I see it more and more in Central Europe. I definitely saw it in Romania as well. So yes, there is a fatigue in terms of how to advance inclusion and diversity. But I think the fact that we're here and we're part of this conversation and we are initiating all of these initiatives that everybody already spoke about is part of progress as well. So it might be 2 steps forward and 10 steps back, but it's still 2 steps forward than before, more than before. So regardless of the fatigue or not, if we're still part of the conversation, if we're still here, bringing more voices into the conversation, we're still making progress.
I hope it's fewer than 10 steps backward. But yeah, I think it's an interesting time because for the first time, I would say the last 3 years, maybe even the last 2.5 years, we at Dentons have been sent questionnaires by major international clients. I would say a couple of hundred now. We're asked to fill out to indicate what we're doing for ED&I. And more than that, they're asking to make sure that when we staff matters and we assign lawyers to the teams, we have a diverse team. I can tell you there are many attorneys in the firm who don't really care, and they want to go to work, they want to do their work, they want to serve their clients and get the work done as they always have done it. It is fine from a financial perspective to make money, but what it doesn't do is address clients' and stakeholders' requirements, and frankly, even lenders. So it's coming from many different directions, this demand. It doesn't seem we can put the genie back in the bottle. On the other hand, and I asked Florina, we've seen a very, very aggressive and well-organized campaign by many political parties in many parts of the world, pushing back against private companies that are espousing a belief in ED&I. I mean, in the U.S., you have states, refusing to allow their pension funds to invest in companies that promote ED&I. And the fun, ironically enough, some of the reasoning is companies that are there to make money, they're not to promote a social agenda, completely overlooking the fact that promoting ED&I is not just something you do because you're noble of heart, but it is for business reasons. It helps the business. How do you address this?
Well, if ED&I is good for business, ED&I is good for business. I mean, this has to get across. We have to show how ED&I has actually increased the business profile of certain companies, what it brought to the company in terms of talent, human resources, and innovative solutions, if we think about diversity and what it can bring to the table. But it's interesting that you raised the point of people in a company not caring anymore, or they just want to do their job and that's it. Yeah. And this is where public voices intervene, and the importance we attach to these voices. They can learn from peers. The company can also go after a program where these voices are integrated and they are heard. It's important also to be aware of the fact that people might get tired at the end of the day and they're not willing to do activism. There's fatigue as well in this area. So maybe programs that would take into account this fatigue, give more space for activists might be important.
How exactly? What you mean?
I don't know, maybe
Put
just...
you on the spot, but...
maybe just organizing very casual conversations around the topic would help. Putting less pressure on people also might help. Showing how lack of rights or a pushback on rights might impact them personally. Many times we don't feel we are concerned by a certain political narrative, but maybe our friend is concerned, maybe a member of our family is concerned, maybe at some point in time we are going to become targets of hate speech. Maybe we will become victims of hate incidents for whatever reason. So companies can raise awareness among employees on these issues. It is important to understand that these are political strategies, and we can all have a role in countering these political strategies. It is worrying that this happens in Europe, inside European Union. If we look back 10 years ago, we see how racist narratives, anti-LGBTQ narratives have increased, and we see populist or right-wing extreme parties rising to power. It's crucial to talk about it now. Not only because next year is a year where all elections take place in Romania, Spain, or Poland, for example, when we also have elections for the European Parliament, but also because I think we are at a turning point. We have to act now, and I want us all to be aware of the fact that we can all do something to counteract ultra-conservative movements that are pushing back on our rights. And I'm saying our rights because I'm talking about women's rights. It's not just the LGBTIQ community. I'm talking about different ethnicities that are on the spot. And if we don't act now, it's not going to end here. I would like to end with a call to action. Maybe it's too early in the conversation.
Yeah, you can make the call, but we have 25 minutes
Exactly. I want us all to be aware of the fact that we can play our part, whether we are an individual or a company, and we have to do it now.
Thank you. Adi, are you sensing a fatigue in talking about ethnicity as an issue? Like, why don't these people just go away? Is that or not?
Well, it kind of feels like that sometimes, and I think that part of it why it feels like that at times is because oftentimes it comes at it as imposed. You must not be racist, but you do not explain why you shouldn't be racist. For example, just simple words that we use day to day that we consider are normal words that became, I don't know, meaningless. I'm not only a kind of a businessman and an activist, but I've been in corporations, and we've had these meetings, and whenever we started an argument, people would say, hai să ne țigănim in Română, for the ones you understand. So let's not gypsy. And what could I have done? So let's not me talk, or what does that mean? We have these ideas of te-ai necat ca țiganul la Mali. You've drowned like the Roma at the mouth of the river. This has a horrible connotation. It was a way of torturing and killing Roma in the 500 years of slavery of Roma in Romania, where when Roma tried to escape their master, they would be caught, tied from the middle of the body, thrown in a river, and there were some people on the left and the right sides of the river, and the master would say, hey, gypsy, swim to the beach, or how do you say it, the end of the river, and if you can touch the end of the river, you will be free together with your whole family. And whenever he gets close, he gets pulled back in the middle. So this is what I mean about information. Whenever you have a conversation with a person that makes sense, and you tell them all of this, and you tell them about, okay, we all know from Hollywood movies the horrors of black slavery in America. We all know it. We know it perfectly. We cry to those movies. Not many of us know about the slavery of Roma in Romania. It was much longer slavery. It was as hard. I'm not trying to diminish here the horrors of the slavery of the black people in America. I'm just trying to say that we do not understand the issues at home, and we understand so much the issues at 10,000 miles away. That is why I consider this. Let's stop putting the foot in the mouth and start informing, start talking, start, I don't know, making sense of all of this. Why, for example, giving opportunities. I just want to throw that in. Giving opportunities. I was thinking after I've talked earlier why I don't see many Roma faces here. And I do not see them because they didn't have opportunities. They live in communities, rural communities, without a good school, we were working in communities during this pandemic and try to make the kids learn during online school when they have no electricity, when they have no cell service there. Okay, the state did its job, handed out some tablets, but there is much more of a job to be done if we want educated Roma. Roma Education Fund, our partners, did a lot, but organizations, NGOs should not take the role of the state. We just have to show the path, we have to show the way. Hey, this can be done. But we shouldn't continue to do this. Roma Education Fund is giving scholarships for 15 years to Roma. How long does it have to do that until Romania understands, hey, there is a situation, let's find new ways to integrate these people. Why is that very important? Because Roma, you like it or not, are the future of Europe in a way, are the future of at least Romania. Because we have the highest natality in an aging Europe. And when you have this many young Roma children coming up, these are your future workforce. I've had CEOs and business representatives talking about how hard it is to find people to employ. Of course it is, because you are not looking at the unemployed, you are not looking at the huge Roma communities with huge talents, and you are not offering them opportunities to then become role models and help their community and I don't know, get people out of poverty.
Melissa, how do you, and I'm sorry, I see you raise your microphone, let me ask Melissa, how do you get governments interested in addressing not only issues of Roma advancement, but ED&I generally, when some have made an about face and gone the other direction? I know you have many countries in your area of operation where that's the case.
So I think the issue that we discuss with the governments is the same that we also discuss on the company level, on the individual level, and it comes down to what is in there for you. Because yes, and in this room as well, there are many people who care a lot about the moral case for it. And we should care about the moral case of it, but we also have to face the reality that not everyone will care about the moral imperative of caring about these topics. Yeah. And if we cannot convince everyone of the moral imperative, we can convince them of the case for it. And for example, talking with governments, we had policy engagement with governments that were banning certain occupations for women. And when we talked with them, and we were talking with, especially first of all with the companies, they were telling us, well, our men are emigrating, our women we cannot employ, what can we do? And so what we did is, together with the companies who went to discuss with the policy leaders, and by now several countries that we've actually worked with have abolished this list of banned occupations for women. And
with the support of ED&I, I suppose, encouraging.
Exactly. And I think this is the same that we have to do on all other of these issues that we are facing. Is that we have an incentive system that actually reduces the incentive for people with disabilities to work. We have to work on that. Do we have something? We have countries where we criminalize homosexuality. We have countries where we have no paternity leave. We have countries where we have no parental leave or recognition of same-sex marriage. All these things hinder people of actively participating in a society, in an economy, the way they could and should, and the countries need. So I think this is always the case when it comes down to. If we should always still encourage the moral imperative first, of course, but if you can't buy that, then look at the economic case, and there's always an economic case for all these topics.
Thank you, Melissa. Madalena?
Yeah, I appreciate everything you said, and I definitely agree that there's a lot of advocacy room to be made in terms of institutions and organizations, but I think it starts from within, and maybe it resonated with a lot of you guys. I definitely did not learn a lot from what Adi was saying in school while I was still learning in Romania, and I think that might be the case with many of us, and I think it's a matter of some sort of an internal racism that it's hard to admit and it's hard to recognize, it's hard to face, that is preventing us to advance and become real allies and sponsors for people from other communities. And I think it starts with that. It starts with allyship and it starts with sponsorship in our communities, with our neighbors, with our friends, in our companies, just bringing more voices into the conversation, but also making sure we sponsor them. Like, they're having a hard enough time, people from minority groups. It's hard enough to be them in today's world and in our companies also, especially when there's some conservative movements. So that's why we need, like, us as the allies to create these braver spaces of conversation where we do advocate for what's right. And yes, there's always a business case and there's always the financial imperative. But at the end of the day, it's about people working and talking with people. And you can't resonate more than on an individual emotional level than by talking about your differences and your struggles. And I think that's imperative.
And you answered a question that I was going to ask. I didn't ask the question yet. So how do we as individuals and professionals? Go ahead, Florina.
Yeah, I want to thank you all previous speakers because they've all inspired what I'm going to say next, because companies are also places for information and education, because you all spoke about their role and what they can do in order to preserve the rights we all enjoy now, but also about how we can motivate our employees to get involved. And it starts with information and education, and companies can bring on board or make room for minorities to express themselves so that employees can interact openly without fear with representatives of these minority communities. We at Accept use this as a method, of course in safe spaces, when we provide training for different professionals. In the last year, we had the opportunity, for example, to work, for example, with prosecutors and police officers on how to investigate hate crime. It's a very important topic. The Romanian government, as was very correctly said here, is not always taking responsibility in tackling all these problems that minority members usually face in our societies. Of course, these solutions have to be then institutionalized. This is very important. If we want to safeguard what we have to institutionalize. We have to make it a law. We have to enact it. Romania might have, I don't know how many strategies for the inclusion of different communities. It does not have one for the LGBTIQ community, I have to say. The Romanian government is still afraid to say these words. But we have to make sure that we make these steps. We make it a law, and then we allocate resources to make it happen, to make it a reality. And in order for this to happen, of course, there are things that we should all do if we care about the moral imperative. And as I said before, I might not be personally aimed at by the conservative movement, but someone in my close circle might be. And if it's not, maybe I should ask myself why someone in my close circle is not, concerned by what's happening, politically speaking.
Indeed. Adi, what can we do as individuals and professionals to fight the backlash and to promote ED&I awareness in a way that's not imposing, so that people don't feel fatigue?
Listen. I think it's very short. Just listen, understand the struggle. If somebody, going back to what I was saying earlier, if somebody tells you don't use "nu-te țigăni" in a meeting, in an official meeting, and if trying to tell you nicely, don't react with come on, it's a silly old word. No, understand what that means to me. Understand that you are trying to say that whatever I say, it's țigănie. So I think that is what common sense, decent people should do. Should listen, should understand, I don't think that anybody would now, get in the car and go into some Roma communities and build their roof. So it has to make sense. You have to offer opportunities. You have to listen and offer opportunities. Do not think that if that person is Roma. I was working in TV at the time, for example, at the Romanian national television. And sorry for taking too long with this. And there was this director of a high school over there talking about inclusion, stuff like that. And then he was asked about employing Roma at his school. And he said, I don't know how many of them are Roma. Maybe there are some of them that we employed. But there is this story when we had this job opening for a cleaning lady in the school. And the only person that came was a very visible, with long skirt, Roma woman. And I wanted to, of course, employ her, but my colleagues were very reluctant to leave their things in the cancelarie. I'm really sorry, I don't have the word, where the teachers stay, are very reluctant to leave their things there with that Roma woman. So in order to not create distress in the school, I didn't hire her. This is what and this was on national television, not a long time ago. I was working there 10 years ago. This is what I mean by opportunity. Do not think that just because she is very visibly Roma, she will steal. This is silly. This argument is silly. And when you are doing this to people, when you are putting in their head from kids that you are a Roma, you are a thief, you are a Roma, you are bad. Of course, some of them are gonna turn like that because that is what you tell them to be. That is what. I don't want to be too long with this, but then again, being short, listen and offer opportunity.
Well, and we're almost legitimizing the reaction. There was a case which many of you may have read about in the States recently, where some older white gentleman who was something like 80 years old shot some black teenager who was going to go to pick up his siblings from a play date or something. He went to the wrong house and was knocking on the door, and he shot them because he was afraid. So fear is now justification for killing someone and shooting someone. It's incredible. I mean, this is why I fear the backsliding, that this kind of thing. It was also in the, up until the early 2000s, I think, a legal defense, or till the 90s anyway, a legal defense in the US in court for attacking someone who's gay was called gay panic. And if you felt that person was hitting on you or something and you were not gay, if you attacked them, that was a legal defense in court. I'm not kidding. Not anymore. But are we backsliding? I don't know. Melissa, let me, before I open the floor up to questions, I will let you have the last word from the panel.
I think a lot was said, and I think the one important thing for us all to take into account this is that we have to continue having this conversation. It's uncomfortable very often. Very often we will hear backlash. At the same time, we are still becoming more people who are actually advocating for these topics. And I think this is something to keep in mind, and to keep in mind how can we actually approach these topics with people who are not open to it, because if we're honest, most of the people here, probably everyone, is on the very similar page. We have the minor disagreements, but we're not talking right now here to those that need to hear it, and we need to talk to those, and we need to pick them up somewhere, and it takes us all, and I think so we're moving in a great direction there, but we need to take it from the bottom up, and as EBRD we do it through the businesses, as the NGOs you do it also through the civil societies, so there are so many different leverages or angles that we need to leverage and make use of.
Fantastic, thank you. You wanted to jump into one last thing?
Yes, of course, because I was talking about the call to action, and I want to, to remind and give you a few ways of being an ally, to be a supporter for equal rights. I think it's very important to be aware of what each of us can do in order to preserve and advance ED&I in all our walks of life. First of all, I want to mention something, and that is reclaim vocabulary or language that the conservative movement has taken and dominated in the last years. We have families. We should talk about our families. Our families are as real as any other family. Because our family is diverse, it does not make it less of a family or worthy of legal protection and recognition. So we should go back to using the terms that they have taken and claim it back. We have this power, and we are entitled to do it. We have to do it. So that is the first. Second is be vocal. I was telling you about the questions politicians often ask themselves. Who's going to care if I attack this minority or this minority? A lot of us should care. If a lot of us care and we are vocal and visible about our support, a populist politician might be less inclined to use this kind of electoral strategy. Every single voice matters, especially if public. And then third, if you cannot go public, if you cannot be vocal, give a hand in any other way you can. There are different NGOs here with different missions. Ours is to support LGBTIQ rights in Romania. We provide services, legal counseling, psychological support to parents and members of the LGBTIQ community. We build strategic litigation cases. We work on their implementation. We have decisions from the European Court of Human Rights and the European Court of Justice of the European Union in Luxembourg. It is a matter of rule of law for the Romanian government to implement this decision or decisions. If we are to be considered a rule of law democracy or state, we should work on this, on the implementation of these decisions. So there are different ways of being a supporter. I hope you'll find one. As an individual and as a company, And keep in mind that the opposition is very well organized, very well funded, and I don't think that at the end of the day, they will spend their evenings filling in timesheets. Thank you, and hopefully we'll find ways of working together. Thank you for the invitation. It's been an honor to be in the same room with so many people dedicated to ED&I.
Don't go anywhere yet. I'm going to open the floor to questions, so you may have another chance.
Hello, everyone. I have a question on a rather controversial topic that is trending, especially in the US and the UK, and I would like your viewpoint on the topic of transgender athletes competing in women's sports. How do you see this from the perspective of equality towards women athletes? What would be all your viewpoints on this? Thank you.
I can answer that. I think this should be judged as a case by case. There is no general answer to this topic. Nevertheless, we have to keep in mind that transgender youth and transgender people are suffering one of the most severe attacks that's been going on in the last years. They are becoming the face of this anti-gender campaign and movement. And probably one of the regrettable things that we've seen happening in the West is this split in the movement between LGBT people or members of the community and transgender members of the community, and also a split in solidarity. In Romania, we are actually fighting together with our feminist organizations. We are not isolated, we are not alone. This is another important message we have to send to decision makers and politicians and so on and so forth. That no minority is alone or isolated in the society. So, case by case, there's no general answer, and be aware of the consequences of a certain rhetoric that's coming here as well. We are all in this together. We have to support each other. Feminists, LGBTIQ, anti-racist movements, any of us could become a target.
Absolutely right. Thank you.
Hi, so I'm from a Roma NGO, but a non-Roma. And I wanted to speak about racism as a social habitus and the fatigue. You mentioned fatigue in speaking about racism and discrimination. And this fatigue comes from the fact that it is abstract to us, and that it seems like it is so widespread and so self-reinforced that we can't do anything about it. And when my colleague from RSL spoke, I could see pain, personal pain in his eyes, and it pains me to see personal pain, and I wish that we could all understand that racism is not abstract, that there are structural walls in the path of Roma, in particular here in Romania, and that this thing is a reality. And when we talk about it, we should be able to name it and talk about it as a reality. We should be able to define it, circumscribe it, and talk about genuine solutions, because we have a real problem, we need real solutions. And if we are to define racism as a social habitus, I just wanted to point out that there are scientifically proven ways of combating social habituses that lean racist. And that there are articles, studies that have shown proven methods to actually combat bias, racism, etc., etc. And we're not doing any of this. And furthermore, the companies here, how many of them have anti-bias training and scientifically based anti-bias training? How many of them do not limit themselves to saying that they're not discriminating against Roma, but actually come to meet Roma halfway with proactive measures of employment, because they have been historically discriminated and marginalized, and they need special measures. They need companies to come and meet them halfway. Why are we not doing this? And we're talking about non-discrimination in an abstract and a way in which there's nothing concrete. We're not dealing with an abstract problem. We're dealing with something extremely concrete. And furthermore, my other question is addressed to the EBRD, and it's a question of sociology. You speak about the economic motivation of being diverse, being inclusive, but actually there's a sociology school in Cluj, in Romania, that has shown that there is an economic motivation for exclusion, because it is benefiting for the capital to have an outgroup that lives in precarity and that you can hire without papers and that you can pay less than you ought to, and that has no right and is not organized and cannot defend itself against capital.
Okay, so maybe thank you so much for that. I just want to come in and give some solutions. I'm not here because I'm the smartest Roma. I am here because I had the opportunity to know these fine people and get invited, and also from my team I had the nicest jacket, so of course they sent me. Because much better would have been the guys that work with me and that are on the field and know the situations day by day. But, for example, something extremely simple, because, again, we have business leaders here, and what do business leaders do? They promote their brands in TV, in press, in everything like that. We can see a huge spike in racism against Roma during the pandemic. Since the 90s until 2020, a lot of effort have been put into the Roma agenda to lower racism, and to a certain extent it has been accomplished. Not much, but a very certain extent. Thanks to organizations like Open Society. I don't know if you get scared if I say Open Society here, but kind of these organizations, and of course the European Union that stepped on Romania to, hey, help the Roma, because of course if you do not help the Roma in Romania, it becomes Europe's problem when you let Roma that have not been granted opportunities get there. So during the pandemic, and sorry for being again long and taking so much, during the pandemic, Roma were getting back into the country from where they were working outside. A lot of hate has been put on this. The Roma are coming back. You remember the memes, the values are coming back. Of course, we were all laughing, but we were not saying anything about the Romanians that were coming back, only about the Roma. Then, when Roma, because they were working in informal situations, so of course the state did not help them with, like all of us that couldn't work anymore, were granted some funds from the government to, hey, stay home, stay safe. Roma were not granted that because they were forced to work in informal situations. So the state decided, hey, let's not protect these guys. They didn't offer utilities like water, for example, in their communities. And how can you stay inside, but you need water to wash against COVID and also to drink, but you have to walk 300 meters to get the water, or 500 meters. And of course, penalties, fines, everything like that. This goes much more back, because why do we use ethnicity whenever it suits us, whenever we obtain clicks? Newspapers, for example. This Roma gang did that, killed that person. This Roma guy, what this guy did, I don't know, murder, I don't know. Why do we need to use ethnicity there? Because most of, when you have titles like this, it seems like most of the crime is done by Roma, of course, because you see that Roma guy did that. But when Another person does a crime, and it doesn't say his ethnicity because he's majoritary. This is how you skew perception. Let me have one more minute. We had this demon guy, Dinka, the guy in, how is it called, in Caracal. Thank you so much. That burned those kids, those little girls. If that guy was Roma, we would have ethnic wars right now, because the papers would have said, look what this Roma guy is doing. So again, my call to action is, whenever you see race put there just to create the us versus them narrative, in order to obtain clicks, in order to obtain favors, go against it. If you are a company and you pay, I don't know, for your logo to appear on Adevărul's website, and you see this when they have a title, this Roma guy did that, blah, blah. Please take back your ad so they understand that this is how they create this division between us. With no sense. Sorry, and again, sorry for taking so much time.
So thank you very much for the question. I have not read the paper, so I cannot answer directly to that. As a economist by background, I am interested to see the counterfactual they measured, because what we actually have plenty of evidence about is informality is not good for an economy, a large informal sector or an informal sector, that once you actually bring people into the formal sector, into the social systems, this actually stimulates economic growth. So I would be intrigued to actually see that, but still I would say there's a large case to integrate every single person into the formal sector, into the formal economy at least, and to make them be able and to give them the equality of opportunity. What they choose to do in the end, if they really have the equality of opportunity, is a different question. But I think there's a strong case to integrate them, and I want to read the paper that convinced me of the counter.
Thank you, Melissa.
Valerie Marika, World Bank. Thanks so much for organizing this session, really interesting. I wanted to share a couple of reflections from the World Bank's perspective and from me personally. First of all, I think from the perspective of our organization that works with the government on supporting policy reform, systemic change, but also investments in closing development gaps. The economic argument for inclusion is absolutely critical in convincing policymakers to make the relevant changes. And so this is an argument we use a lot, and we really get a lot of positive kind of reactions on this. So I think it's really important. It's not the only argument, as was also said on the panel. It's a complementary argument, but it is an important complementary argument to shift certain discussions in a very rational manner. So I think that's useful and it's important, and this is also where everybody comes in generating relevant data for this. Because you can only make the economic argument if you have evidence, hard evidence on the table, and that is usually quite convincing. So that was one point I wanted to make. The second point I wanted to make is, inside the World Bank, we focused on the Roma agenda in particular, and on the inclusion agenda in general for a long time here in Romania, ever since we've worked here. This is really the core of our mandate. One thing we found, though, was that we were very good at putting out diagnostics and data, and maybe recommendations based on that, and talking to government counterparts, but we were not so good at talking actually with the Roma communities themselves, making them part of the change. And we got a lot of negative feedback, actually, from Roma civil society organizations on that. And so when we realized that was really a huge blind spot we had, one thing we did, and Adi is one member, and Rady is another, we set up a platform of Roma civil society organizations. We call it the Roma Sounding Board. It's a platform where we have competitively selected Roma civil society organizations from all over Romania to come together and work with us on our portfolio. And this is really, it sounds so easy, it's really not at all. And Adi knows this, because it's an organization that has its own way of working, and then there's civil society organizations that also have their own way of working, trying to find some common language and some common ground. But it's been really instrumental for us to, first of all, understand really what are the kind of granular challenges that communities struggle with, so that a reform actually reaches them. Let's take the COVID pandemic, when we had the situation of rollout of vaccines. What is it actually that communities need to take the vaccine? What stops them from taking the vaccine, both in terms of information, but also in terms of really accessing this? But this goes to everything, health, education, whatever we do, we really try to get these inputs. And then the other thing that, of course, the Roma Sounding Board does for us, it holds us accountable. It makes sure that when we say we're actually focusing on Roma inclusion, we're walking the talk. We're not just making empty statements. And it also sometimes that indeed we have to do more. And so I think this is a really interesting example of how an organization can bring the perspective of diverse stakeholders into the conversation. We're now starting to reach out more to the LGBTQI community on this. We've just had consultations on that. We want to really, on gender, so we want to really find ways of working together to bring these perspectives in. 2 more points on my end. One that I've missed here a bit is that the digital economy provides incredible opportunities for diversity inclusion that weren't there before. And I think it's really useful to think through. Ready has very interesting examples of creating digital startup packs, right? To change kind of the rules of the game, where the excluded have a whole new audience, a whole new access to a global audience to promote their products, to promote their services. So I think this is really an important dimension to focus on in strengthening D&I. And the other one was touched upon a bit, but I think it's also important, is to think through how we can work with media. Because media does play such an important role in terms of having these conversations in an honest manner, beyond the kind of headlines, the clickbait. How can we engage with media, including through working with soap operas and kind of mass media products to change the conversation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great points. We have time for one last question, and I promised the mic to Bart. I had already promised the mic to Bart, sorry.
A very quick question. What I'm encountering is a counter-argument when it comes to introducing D&I from a perspective of religion. So an important role of Catholic Church, especially in our geographies. And I feel that religion is being used not as a shield, but as a sword. And my question to you is, how do you deal when the religion in that aggressive, so to say, way is introduced to the discussion about D&I?
Thank you for the question. Very important. I would go back to what was said here before and tell you that from our research, actually increasing visibility of real persons, real families, has changed public opinion and may change the temptation of using religion as a sword, as you said, and may change the temptation of going against minority rights. Think about things like the pride marches through the years. They are important because they increase visibility of some real persons. There are other campaigns going on in different countries where a majority could actually see that a queer family was the same as their families. They had the same struggles. And on top of wondering and struggling to pay their bills, they would have to put up with society's LGBT phobia, for example. Sometimes they are at the intersection of different criteria of discrimination. There are Roma LGBT persons, for example. But giving space to some honest expression and representation of diversity actually helped diminish LGBT phobia or racism, and also apparently diminished people mental availability to believe lies, to believe disinformation. This is a very valuable lesson that we can use in all our efforts, because all these discrimination campaigns or hate campaigns, they're actually based on disinformation, on propaganda that uses lies. So I would argue about supporting visibility for diversity. And then probably religion might not be as tempted or might not be as successful as a sword.
I would also add, if I may, as a last comment, I think the focus tends to be on the more conservative churches. There are plenty of churches that are not conservative that are actually going out and supporting ED&I. And one example was when there was the debate on marriage equality in the US, there were some churches that actually sued states that prohibited marriage of persons of the same gender because it went against their religion. So it is not all, religion, bad, none is religion good. I think there's a wide spectrum. It may well be that the more conservative churches have been the most politically active, but I think it's something that we can't ignore. We have allies. We have allies in religious groups for sure. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. Appreciate the wonderful panel. And we will...
Can I just say, sorry, one more thing before we finish? I think it's important to let go of the fear of getting it wrong. And I think it's important for all of us to be aware of this. You are going to make mistakes. We're always going to make mistakes in IND. That's no question about it. But as long as you're intentional in trying to produce change, I think that's the most important thing. So don't be afraid to say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing. It's important what you do with it.
Thank you. So we're now going to move on to the last formal segment of the program, which is the launch of our RDCC proprietary certification program. And I wanted to invite Charlie Crocker to the stage with me. Charlie has what seems to be the longest and most illustrious biography, so it's going to take probably 15 minutes for me to read through it. No, I must. I know. You want to introduce it? Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead. Have a seat. Let's sit down.
Hello. Actually, you mentioned something about a glass of wine when we were chatting, because this was
I know.
It doesn't matter, no. First of all, I'd just like to say how much I've been inspired by the caliber, passion of the previous panelists. So thank you all for certainly the insights that you've given me, which have been hugely helpful. One of the previous panelists, Shajad, said he wore many hats. Well, I have a very large hat collection in regards to the scope of what I've done in the past. Serial entrepreneur, set up and ran lots of businesses and exited them. I'm currently an advisor for a number of startups, and I work also as a for a number of NGOs, and I give my time willingly to the Duke of Edinburgh Award, to the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce, as an example, in order to help those institutions move forward. I am here today, obviously, because I believe very strongly in this area, both from a professional but also a personal point of view. My wife was one of the panelists earlier, Irina, So it means a lot to me, the subject matter. So I'm here. I was thinking to myself as I sat on the chair that, equality, diversity, inclusion, where do I fit into that? And I read an important quote from a very famous politician who said, diversity is the one thing we all have in common, and we should celebrate that every day, because we're all diverse as human beings, we're all very different. And it's also to remember that when we talk about the difference between us, we should also remember that there are a lot of similarities. As human beings, we all have the same desires and wishes, and I think that if we spend more time talking about those things and less about what separates us, we might find a world that's far more closer than it is today. And I think it's really important that we engage in discussions and we do reach out and we talk about these important subjects in order to bring people closer together. I'm very concerned at the moment, historically speaking. We went through, in the past, in the 30s and 40s, some pretty horrific things. And I see a lot of things that are happening today with populism, where we're seeing a lot of the mistakes being made that happened in the past that I would hope that we would have learned a lesson from. So it is important to talk, to raise, not to sit back by as a bystander, to get involved in the debate, because the more people involved, because there's more people in the center, reasonable people that have the same sort of values, than there are on either side of the polarized extreme. And we need to make sure we engage with those to ensure that as human beings we move forward healthily together.
Well said. So, without further ado, if I can operate this correctly, RDCC has created a certification program, and I would like to thank EBRD, of course, for their very large input into this program. As a large multinational organization, Dentons is, as I've said, often asked what we're doing for ED&I, what we can demonstrate we're doing, and this is something that a lot of our members are telling us. We decided to launch a program that would create a certification for small and medium enterprises, but even large companies as well, to demonstrate that they are certified by the RDCC as ED&I compliant. There are a number of points that are awarded. You can get anything from, I think the maximum is 210 points. Minimum, I think, is 125, if I'm not mistaken. The idea of the certificate is to allow folks like me, folks like Marco and others, to know that when we're dealing with companies here, they are certified as ED&I compliant. Then we can turn around and tell our lenders, our employees, our customers, hey, in Romania, we're fine. The building cleaning company, the paper supply company, and these are the kind of counterparties we have anyway. Our recruiters are ED&I compliant. You can be sure that we're doing the right thing in Romania. We're really happy to be partnering with EBRD on this because they have been instrumental in helping us understand what could be important for them, not only here, but as possibly a program they may be interested to support in various jurisdictions, which would be, I think, a great thing. It would help create a common taxonomy among many different countries. So essentially, I think I've answered some of these questions that's coming up here. As an SME applying, you firstly get some coaching and some guidance so that you can do better in ED&I. And some of the questions may be, do you have in place insurance policies, medical insurance policies available to your same-sex partners' spouses as you do to different sex partners? Do you have training programs available for senior management? Do you have a company that is, X% owned by persons with disabilities? You get various points for various things. If you don't do well in all of them, you may do well in enough to get you over the line. Next slide. So essentially, this then also allows the SMEs to get a seat at the table and do business with large multinationals that are under increasing pressure to show they're committed to ED&I. It helps them to do better internally. And as we've said, this hopefully will make them more profitable. Internally, they will bring in new ideas, fresh ideas, by having a more diverse workforce, a more open workforce. So there are many reasons to do this that are not only about getting a specific job from a specific company. I should have had this on my iPad. Enhances brand reputation. You can put on your website that you are certified. It shows that you are committed, kind of openly committed, to ED&I principles. It improves employee engagement and retention. You will be getting points for running trainings internally and making sure that your employees have access to health insurance, but that helps your employees too. It's not just about getting a certificate. It's about helping your workplace to do better. And as I said, it contributes to your own, to the SMEs and small businesses and large businesses' satisfaction of their CSR objectives, which many companies have a formal policy. And finally, it mitigates legal and reputational risks. I think we've all read in the paper in recent years of very high-profile cases of employees roughing up Roma customers in stores or female customers. That's bad publicity. And with employees properly trained and educated, it doesn't have to happen. The certification program helps companies along that road. So basically, I think I got ahead of myself when I already said the certified entity will be certified as going through a rigorous standardized procedure for evaluation. It will be for an initial period, and then there'll be recertification after that. I mentioned some of the factors we look at: ownership and management, promotion of ED&I among management, promotion of ED&I among all staff, creating awareness and an inclusive environment, integrating and retaining talent, workforce diversity, management of risks. If you have a problem, like one employee is repeatedly bullying another employee, you need to have a system in place to cover that. The certification helps you get set to do that. It awards you points for having something in place. If you don't have it in place, we can make sure you put something in place. Community contributions. You get points for supporting NGOs in the ED&I community. If you want to support, take a puppy from Light Into Europe, you get, your employees are doing that, you get points for that. Contributing to creating an ED&I friendly ecosystem. This can involve, obviously, being a member of the RDCC. It can involve supporting the Pride Parade in Bucharest. Many other things. Okay, and that was it. And then this is just a page with our partners. So Charlie's up here because Telios will be our first company to be certified. So tell us, Charlie, why this interests you and why you are up here with me.
Well, first of all, one of the things that I do on a day-to-day basis, and I'm very proud of, is support the development of Telios. I met Philip back in 2016 at a BRCC event and in Cluj, and he talked to me about his vision for a virtual healthcare business that would be accessible by everybody, anywhere, anytime, at a sustainable and at a price that everybody could afford. And I really bought into his vision. 6 years on, 7 years on, I've been working with him since 2019 and his team, and we've seen a huge growth in the business. And he's not just saying these things, it's not just a PR stunt, he absolutely generally lives and believes it. And 2 years ago, we started to work together to create a program where we could reach out to vulnerable groups and groups in society that perhaps were underserved by healthcare. We branded that Egalitate prin Sanitate. And Sylvia, my wife's twin sister, who's sitting in the back, is very much championing that, and I'm helping to support her. And that's where we are reaching out to groups that perhaps are not serviced or do not have the same accessibility to healthcare that every one of us takes for granted, and looking to see how we could actually help them gain that access. Initially, this was set up as a CSR initiative, and we found that we were struggling. We were struggling to get engagement. We were struggling to convince people to sign up to what extensively was a free service. And at a certain point, we stopped and we had a look at ourselves, and we had the opportunity to meet Lestat and Perry and the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce, who basically opened our eyes and said, well, perhaps you're approaching it in a different way. These are not, these are not people that necessarily needing charity or necessarily looking for, so to speak, pity. They just want respect. And he said, perhaps you need to look at this from the point of view of, building and demonstrating and communicating to the marketplace that you're an organization that treats everybody the same, provides service equally to all, and that you want and see them as valued customers, whoever they are, wherever they are, and want to be able to give them access to the platform. And we saw, and speaking to Philip, that we saw that not only were we misunderstanding that the groups that we were looking to support, and some do need financial support, that is true, in order to be able to sustainably access the services, but we were seeing them in quite a wrong way, and actually we needed to start looking at them as customers, not as charity cases, so to speak, if I could use the wrong information. And actually, when we talk about potentially 20% of the workforce represented by these groups, this is we talk about the consequences of not practicing ED&I in the workplace. Isn't just the fact of reputation, but from an economic point of view, it's a huge opportunity missed by a lot of businesses, because quite literally these groups are, as we see, not engaging or not even considering that they are considered as a customer, and therefore why would they engage with your services? That was the reason, and one of the main reasons why we've decided to become a guinea pig. And as I said, this is a bit of a journey, because we have to bring everybody along with us. And just because somebody doesn't necessarily understand or agree, it doesn't mean to say that they can't be changed and cannot improve and learn as they go along. And it's about that engagement piece in terms of helping to change their perception, because it's not a question of whether their perception of what they believe is right or wrong, but that perception will drive their behavior. So we need to change perceptions, and some people have that innate in them and others perhaps not, but we need to bring the whole organization along with us on this journey and help them recognize that this is something that actually will enrich everybody in the organization, and something that will help our organization go forward, and ultimately enable us and our CEO to see the vision that was so well sold to us at the beginning of the journey.
Thank you very much. Really, really good to hear that, and your enthusiasm and interest. Since we've run over a bit, I will now close the conference.
Thank you very much.
So, hope you all enjoyed this, I think, inspiring ED&I conference. I would like to again express our deepest gratitude to our generous sponsors, Kaufland, which was our platinum sponsor, our silver sponsors, CTP, Dentons, and MyEcoBox. Our sponsors in kind, WeMaster, which is Adi's company, Adi, who is up here with us, and Catalea, and our media partners, of course, Business Review and GovNet, and finally, our supporters who've been with us through thick and thin, new supporters and old supporters, the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce, Embassy of Germany, Embassy of Italy, Embassy of Sweden, Belgian, Luxembourg, Romanian, Moldovan Chamber of Commerce, Romania, Portugal, Bilateral Chamber of Commerce, the Netherlands Romanian Chamber of Commerce, Professional Women's Network Romania, Shia's Mom, Social Innovation Solutions, and Talent Center. A special thank you to our insightful speakers and panelists who shared their invaluable knowledge and expertise, enriching our understanding of equity, diversity, and inclusion. Your contributions have truly made a lasting impact. Finally, a huge thanks to our RDCC founder and board member, Lestat Monroe, and our executive team from RDCC, Andrea Borechki and Mihaela Sturbu, together with our external PR advisor, Renard, for the massive effort that went into organizing this unique and special event. I think it looks easy if you come in and you have a coffee and you watch it, but the behind-the-scenes activity took many months to organize and much effort, including late into the evening last night. So with that said, we look forward to future collaborations on our journey towards a more inclusive world. Thank you.
A small team, with a big dream, started their journey on a difficult path. What was to come surprised everyone.
M-am născut cu o dizabilitate care se numește sindrom TAR.
Este vorba despre cifoză, o dizabilitate a zonei posterioare.
Am o deficiență de auz.
Mă deplasez într-un scaun rulant.
Am o deficiență accentuată de auz.
Dizabilitatea de care sufăr se numește elifantiazis.
Am ajuns să fiu total nevăzător.
Kaufland se mândrește cu titlul de angajator de top în România, acordat de Top Employers Institute din Olanda. Începând cu anul 2019, am demarat programul Acces, angajare de candidați cu cerințe și evoluții speciale. Astfel, deschidem larg ușa persoanelor cu dizabilități la diverse posturi în toate departamentele din cadrul companiei și în toate punctele noastre de lucru din țară. Vorbim despre persoane cu orice fel de dizabilitate, deficiențe locomotorii, ortopedice, de auz, deficiențe de vedere, persoane cu sindrom Down și multe altele. În prezent, avem în echipa noastră peste 400 de colegi cu dizabilități, de la care învățăm în fiecare zi că dizabilitatea poate fi oricând transformată în abilitate atunci când ești în echipa potrivită.
În echipa Kaufland m-am simțit respectat și apreciat, încă de la început, de la interviul de angajare chiar.
Nu știam dacă aș putea fi potrivită să lucrez aici. Însă am aplicat. Am fost chemată la un interviu care a decurs foarte bine.
Deficiența mea auditivă nu m-a piedicat să obțin acest job la Kaufland.
Sunt caseriță într-unul din magazinele Kaufland din București, alături de o echipă de care sunt foarte mândră și care mă face să mă simt fericită și împlinită.
M-am integrat foarte ușor în echipa Kaufland.
M-am bucurat să întâlnesc aici persoane amabile și foarte atente la nevoile mele.
Le pasă de acum de păstră că te curat la amăpălă.
Sunt foarte bucuros să fac parte din această echipă și țin să-mi arăt recunoștința față de un angajator care este atât de atent față de noi, de persoanele cu dizabilități.